Alright, hello everyone. Welcome in. We're gonna get started with ACCM versus Lewis soon. We might have, I need to check up the status of this, Viper's team playing today. It's supposed to be 18:30 today. So we might have this followed by Viper's team. Viper's also playing in the league though, so we don't know where he'll be. This team will need him. This team will very much need him. That'll be TeMo versus Viper. And 17 hours ago, legit, you are enough. Followed the stream. Thank you. So I see the teams have drafted already, so we're just going to get the drafts right on the screen. Georgians and Persians, the top overall picks. Interesting. Hello, Syntax. Dravidian's high up there for ACCM too. The end. Tatan's at the end, along with the Maya. And the Chinese, the very last civ for Lewis. Random, the Chinese at the end. Also have Romans, way Burgundians. Things set up and ready to go there. Looks like we might have a minute or so delay. Trying to schedule around the league, do the best we can to avoid conflicts, so we might just have a good moment to drink our coffee, say hi before things get started. Check, we're good on YouTube, we're good on YouTube. And as always, now we see the YouTube chat on screen. I'm still questioning whether I want the chat and even the webcam on screen during the games. I think it's nice to have, but then it blocks some of the UI, so I'm not entirely convinced I need it for the 4v4s. But hype for this game, I don't know who I should root for. I like both teams. I think ACCM actually has a fairly beastly team. But that's maybe me giving credit to Menunez and holding him in high regard as far as the RF players are concerned. Might as well be Team Menunez, considering ACCM drafted him first, left to go play a show match, and let Menunez draft the rest of his roster. Also, the draft in the... I'll show you the full Captain's Mode website. You'll see that it says... It doesn't say ACCM versus Lewis, it says Team ACCM versus Lewis. I have a suspicion that might have been someone other than ACCM doing the draft, which I suppose is fine. You can let Menunez do it or whoever do it. We have the Teutons band too. Teutons band by Lewis. Mongols and Teutons, along with Britons and Mapuche. Mapuche! I don't know what to think of them for Rage Forest. They're banned. They're the civ that would have the Bolas Riders, which could be a strong unit. I'll need to see more of them. Hello, Langzander. How you doing? A trip to cook. Is that emote starting a fire? I don't want to think about Chipta burning stuff when he's cooking. See what else is going on in Age Land today. Just the league, I guess. But we're gonna focus on Rage Forest. I think I'm personally more interested in Rage Forest. Doing well, eating the good weather and the fresh tomatoes that are ready to eat. Not just because I'm hosting it, but I feel like Rage Forest is just kind of more peak Age of Empires. Love some Rage Forest. You're still wishing we had a better map for Black Forest on the ladder. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. see ACCM's teams in their chat. They got, oh, they're ready. Also, no zombies on ACCM's roster. This is an incredible time for No Zombie and ACCM both to be playing games. It's the middle of the night for them. Even if ACCM is half... ACCM might be fully asleep right now. But ACCM's schedule is crazy. Thanks for streaming on YouTube. Thanks for watching on YouTube. But if you think about it, ACCM is playing on Wonders, along with Sebastian from Uruguay, and Nikov. And Nikov's from Argentina, but he's living in Italy. So that is 3 completely separate time zones. It is literally impossible for that team to schedule a game. Years ago, I played a 2v2 with ACCM, and me, East Coast, US, him in Vietnam, were exactly 12 hours apart. And the only way we could ever schedule was ACCM stays up late, I wake up super early, and then we schedule in the middle of the day for Europeans. Vamos Menunez! Hello, Menunez. How are you doing? Are you ready to dominate Team ACCM? Is this Team ACCM or is it Team Menunez? I think you did a lot of the drafting, if I recall. I guess Lewis's team has 1 player who's finishing up a game in the league, and then we'll get started from there. I saw him post about that in the chat somewhere. Curious what the state is of ACCM and No Zombie, and how tired / awake / sleeping they are. To edit a video. I know that feeling. I'll need to make some clips for Rage Forest, show some highlights. And highlights are probably just going to be like fails or outtakes. Where Shixo lost 3 vills to Boars. Who was it the other day? I forget who it was, but they right-clicked a boar with the scout and lost the scout. Mangonel shots. There's so many Mangonel shots, though, in Rage Forest. They kind of... I feel like you can kind of get more... That's like surface level Rage Forest to see the big Mangonel shots. If you get really into the weeds, you can find stuff like Doubt's Animal Adventures where the boars attack his scout out of nowhere. Some epic Ville quick walls, transport ships on ponds, stuff like that. Siege Onagers versus Elephant Archers. Elephant Archers don't really die even. Even to Siege Onagers, I feel like they just don't die all that much. You never get like a huge Siege Onager shot on Elephant Archers. They have so much HP. The craziest thing though is Siege Onagers versus Shravamsh Riders. And the fact that the magic shield absorbs the projectiles so they don't take damage. When I control them, they seem to die a lot faster. One of those things, right? You get that classic question of, here's a civ that I never know how to play, but everyone always beats me with it. The Maya were always like that for me. Up in Langxander's on YouTube, too. It's one of those plumed archers, clearly the best unit in the game. Every game was Sling the Maya in a team game tournament. But I'd try to play them, and I'd never figure them out. That's Dravidians for you. Yeah, I'd play Dravidians on Migration. Can't understand that civ. Fair enough. They can be a pretty tough one, I think. You're a player that needs some time of Cav or Eagles. So you can't play the new DLC. You can't play the Last Chieftains, where you get Champions instead of Eagles. I guess you can play the Mapuche there. You can play with the Bolas Riders. But that's about it. I see a thumbnail of Hera's stream where there are several layers of stone walls, and I'm just thinking, what are the stone walls doing on Hera's stream? When is Viper playing? Viper's team is supposed to play at 18:30. Let me put that in the title. TeMo versus Team Viper at 18:30. Alright, let's see. Yeah, I still don't see a lobby yet. I'll give him a bit of time to get everything set up. Captions are now enabled on my clips. Thank you, Twitch. I navigate Twitch and it gives me pop-ups. Clips from your stream now include captions, so more people can discover and follow along with your content. Captions are auto-generated and added to new clips, including ones viewers grade and clips made with Clip That in Stream Manager. You can remove captions from clips from your channel within 30 days of creation. They're probably AI-generated stuff, but captions are honestly important if people are watching on their phone and don't have volume on, stuff like that. Oh, also, Twitch is gonna let me do a vertical stream at the same time as a horizontal stream. I feel like that is horrible for Age of Empires. Yep, Viper should be playing today. I'm not sure if his team will play without him, though, because he's also scheduling for the league. But if we do have Rage Forest, we'll cast 2 sets of that, and then we'll go cast the League. Here on TikTok. Next time I move and get better internet, I will try to stream on more platforms. I'll go to TikTok to, I think, do a triple stream. I don't know if there's any value in considering anything beyond Twitch, YouTube, and TikTok. I mean, I know Onamaru did an Instagram stream. I don't think that would be useful for AoE content, at least the way I do it. But I think some shorts could be interesting. Some TikTok plus YouTube short crossover. Viper's team is Seed 16. You never know. You never know. It's a team with 4 pockets. His team's used to playing at 2 times speed instead of 1.7. The game will be super slow for them. Am I doing a map for the garrison competition? I have not thought about it. I don't know if they might even ask me to judge the competition. Since they did reach out to me for feedback on what to do for a map competition. So I might just sit back and enjoy the competition. I'm gonna have enough with my hands full for Sudden Disaster, too. We have a map competition for that. We'll need to judge them. I know he's asking. I'm saying I'd probably not. Did I tell them every map could use more houseboat? I saw the Sudden Disaster submissions. I do kind of like the concept of you can't really wall by the TC, though. Maybe not houseboats so much as El Dorado-like, where there are shallows around the TC. That might be an interesting concept. I don't know if houseboat is the one, though. I do think it's a fun Sudden Disaster map. I think that some of the other admins don't like it as much as I do. What we do need is someone to come up with some more ideas for the gunpowder barrels. I'm tempted to reuse Festa, but I don't want to use it too much now that we've just used it in the Brazilian Dynasty. And I'm gonna see if I can make it work for an 8-player free-for-all. And then you have to constantly transport bills. Yeah. I was kind of sad when we saw that Life Raft could be made easier, because when you garrison units, you basically control your allies' transport for them. ACCM's team is ready and in the lobby. They are prepared. Pants? That's an interesting style of map for a sudden death, where your TCs are in one spot, but all the resources are on the other side of the map. I had a map called Mowerfall for the canceled NAC land. That might be interesting for a sudden disaster. Yeah, I know what Pants is. That has like the little, that's bay, right? It has the water between them. That's like this. That's like the theme, like a movement type of map, kind of like Lensois, where the player is on one side, but then there are resources on the other side. Yeah. So as I said, we are just waiting for, I think, one member of Lewis's team. He had posted earlier that he's finishing up a set in the league, then should be ready to go. Thankfully, we don't have to follow a unified handbook for Rage Forest, so we can deal with situations reasonably as they arise. To make a Hamburg map. I was thinking I had this idea for a map. I was inspired by Fractal. I had an idea using bridges to make the 7 bridges of Königsberg. I couldn't quite figure out what would make it interesting as a map, though. Like in a 1v1, I wasn't sure where to put the players. Like, opposite sides feel like the obvious answer, but then they're so far apart. I think it's just kind of a boring, boomy map. This is Lewis, I mean, if he's taking this seriously, he might not be streaming. Honestly, he might be taking Rage Forest super seriously. Look at Hamburg and zoom out, you would have 2 waters in the top and the players would spawn below that. 2 waters. Oddly enough, as you mentioned that, I have 2 waters on my desk right now. I'm double fisting the water along with coffee to make sure I'm supplied for Rage Forest. Which team is stronger on paper? Well, on paper, Team ACCM, I would probably agree with the captain's seating of the team, that he is the strong of the teams, that he is the stronger team. But you never know when things get in action. Hamburg Jordan versus Viper, best of 21. I don't know if that's going to be too competitive these days, but who knows? Maybe it would be. Nordsee and Ostsee. Nordsee is very much the North Sea in English. Ostsee might very well just be the Baltic Sea. I don't know if we have a particular name for that, unless we translate it directly. Gabby, hello Gabby, how are you doing? Popcorn and pizza together. Hope you're having a lovely day. Probably enjoying some warm weather. Or hoping you could escape the warm weather, whichever temperature range you're in. You're enjoying with a sad face. That's a sarcastic enjoying. Alright, so there's one player who apparently isn't around, and we're trying to get a replacement for him. When is the match starting? Are they warming up? They're trying to figure out where one of their players is. That's the hard thing for 4v4s. Sometimes players aren't there at the right time. Getting 8 players together at the right time is a logistical nightmare. But Sensar's on it. Sensar is OP at organizing stuff. Yeah, Gabby's been streaming a ton. You don't want to adopt a 32-year-old adult? I want to live in a cold place. Oh boy. We can swap if you want. I'd love to live in a warm place. We can just swap places, I think. I hate the cold. Honestly, it's summertime here and I still feel cold. I am a warm weather enjoyer. I would very happily take your southern Spain weather. That's why you don't move to Germany. Alright, so we're gonna find a sub, apparently. Looks like Mem just joined the lobby. He's ready to go as a sub. Oh boy, man. Rage Forest is so much fun just reading the chat. This is amazing. It's been like 94 Fahrenheit the last 4 weeks, so it's not really cold. Oh, that's lovely. That would be lovely. Let's see what Sensar is working on. He's in a voice chat, so he's got stuff on lockdown. Sensar's an admin. He could just jump in and play himself. I'm feeling unwell on the heat. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Sensar just shared the list of backup players. Syscon, it's not Syscon who's being replaced. Syscon's in the voice chat. Syscon's there and prepared, along with Lewis and Tulin. I think they're trying to find a final player for Lewis's roster right now. And there are replacements. There is a list of backup players for cases where players aren't able to make it. So they're just going to probably find someone from there. Looks like Acra probably wasn't available for when they scheduled, and looks like it was Soila Hostia who has a league conflict and who wasn't there. So they're sorting this out. I'll trust Sensar to figure out the situation. And hello, Lorcox and Alan Citas over on YouTube. I mean, Mem is on the list of subs, and he's in the chat. He's ready to go. Now, the solution is Sensar. He's in the voice chat with Lewis right now. He'll pick from one of the available sub players who is around right now. And honestly, one of those players is Mem. He is around right now. This gives me time to drink my coffee before we get started. It's good that I can drink my coffee before casting. I once accidentally spilled a drink on my keyboard and destroyed the keyboard, so I'm going to try to avoid doing that again. This is my second coffee of the day. I needed to wake up. Helps me be awake for the casting. This is a first for RF, says Sensar. Interesting. So it's a good thing we came prepared with the backup list. Be interesting if the sub legit does become mem. Because it might. That's the thing. In Rage Forest, I think the drama is part of the fun. Oh gosh, there's a fly buzzing around in here. You ever have that situation there's a fly that's like running around, especially when you're streaming? Color of your t-shirt went well with your skin tone. Thank you, thank you. I'm always told, whenever I wear something blue, people always tell me that it matches my eye color. Alright, let's just see what's going on with the league. I mean, Memb is in the lobby. I'll show you guys what the lobby looks like right now. As it has indeed been joined by Memb. So if he is on a valid player on the sub list, so there is a chance. There is a chance he's gonna be playing this game. That'd be crazy if he does. He's joined the lobby. That would be absolute cinema right there. You're right. Let's see. Looks like they have someone named Firebeer who just joined their chat. So that might be their replacement player. Yeah, this fly is so annoying. You probably can't even see it on the camera, but I can see. If you can see it on the camera, that'd be crazy, but you're gonna see my eyes like tracking something. It's gonna be me looking at this fly, being really annoyed at it. I once had a bug that was on my monitor. This is at my work monitor years ago. So I went to, like, flick it off, but when I did that, it didn't, like, go off the monitor, so I was like, what's going on? And I kind of pressed it on it a bit, like, on the monitor, and I realized at that moment, as I accidentally then crushed the bug, that it was somehow behind the panel of the monitor. And after I crushed it, I then couldn't get it out, so it just, like, stayed there as a literal dead pixel behind my monitor. It was my work monitor, so I wasn't too upset. But it was very annoying, right? Like right in the top part of the screen. You just gotta make sure you use dark mode for everything. If you use the light mode, you'd see a little dot right in the center on the screen.
This way, Attila. Follow.
Thank you so much for gifting a sub to Gabby. Thank you very much. Make sure also to go to Gabby's stream and gift some subs to her in her stream too. And okay, I think we're getting started soon. Looks like we're good. And thank you, Sue Cortez, for the follow. Memb is still in the lobby. Looks like Twitch is going to play an ad, too. Just play my own ad to get rid of that. Just filling some time. Waiting for this. Hello, Granny on YouTube. Mem sub equals GG easy. Yeah, next gifted sub is on Gabby's channel. Nice. Okay, we gotta sell out for Gabby, too. Do I know what happened to Danger Noodle? I don't know what happened to Danger Noodle. Active in RF? I have no idea. Unfortunately, I don't know the inner workings of the minds of every player in the Rage Forest Discord. Nor do I think anyone would want to be privileged to such enigmatic information. Oh, and Langzander, thank you also for using your Prime sub.
You challenge my every decision. It is as if you seek to lead the Huns yourself.
I hope you all enjoy the campaign quotations as a sub alerts too. It's called Knowing the Gossips. Alright, so it looks like they have a fourth player who's there in their voice chat. Hopefully that'll work. I'm just glad that I'm casting and not necessarily adminning this. Because then I don't need to deal with these situations. I got other people to deal with it. This is so relaxing. It's not like in Brazil where we had a 13-floor building and I was constantly running up and down steps trying to find people. It was a great space for hosting the event, but I got kind of tired of the stairs after a while. So hopefully they're ready to go. So I see them all in their voice chats. Sensar is a reasonable person. He can handle the situations. Am I an admin in RF6? I am a host. Is Viper not playing? Viper's team is supposed to play later today. Viper also has to play the league today, so it might be his team playing without him. But we'll see. We'll see. Okay, Sensar giving us the letter of the law. Firebeer will be joining Team Lewis for the set today, and we'll discuss the permanent replacement going forward. The other player has been removed from the tournament in the Discord for breaking the rules and expectations of a player. So we have an admin decision posted. Where's that popcorn Gabby posted earlier? We'll need that for all the drama now. Samara is the Mbappe of AoE 2 in terms of Persona. Now, Viper's team is there. Now, this is Lewis's team schedule at this moment. And then simply one of his drafted players didn't show up to the agreed schedule, so they're gotta redo that. Sensar is like the most reasonable person you could ever want adminning something. Like A+ for his dealing with everything so far. We need some type of praise Sensar emote. There are 7 players in the lobby. I think we're just waiting for Firebeard to join. And then we should finally be good to go. I'll see if I'm able to get one more ad break out of the way before we launch, just so we don't have them during the games, and then should be good to get started. I think Mem's gonna cast this too, so thanks to Mem for giving this some coverage as well. And we should be good. Oh, I don't know if that's the real player. No, that was someone else. Some random joined the lobby. Oh, the lobby disappeared. Does that mean they launched? No. Oh, there's a Hobbit custom scenario going on. Masty's playing, of course. And let's see. Masty practicing for the next USA Cup. I think he is. Alright. I finished my coffee. Back to the zoo. Thank you for the follow. And hopefully we are just about ready to go. We'll have ACCM's team in the cool colors, Lewis's team in the warm colors by the looks of it. Actually, ACCM and Lewis both picked a cool color. No, I got that backwards. ACCM, the purple always gets me. The purple always trips me up. ACCM will be in the warm colors, Lewis in the cool colors. And we can see now Firebeard's there. We'll look at the lobby real quick just to see where we're stationed right now. You can see the colors, the civs are hidden. But we'll see ACCM will be a pocket and Lewis will be a flank, so the captain's taking different positions. This team's beastly. ACCM, No Zombie, Grinchy, and Menunez. Now, in terms of 1v1s, ACCM, I think, is the best player, then Syscon and Lewis 2 and 3. And kind of a big gap between them and the rest of everyone else is a 1v1 player. Not to say that No Zombie's a bad player, but I think that Syscon, look at that, 2k8 on the ladder. Lewis, 2k7. Very, very good players. ACCM, of course, finished in the top 4 in Brazilian Dynasty. Lewis able to attend a LAN event. Syscon still maybe a bit below that, but still the platinum TTL level type of player. And looks like they're all there and ready to go. You see Twitch lets me get an ad out of the way, and then we will launch. So, hope you're ready for some Rage Forest action, because I think we're about to get started. Took a while, but that's the great thing about the YouTube VOD. I can just put in the description what the timestamp is. Skip right to the start of the game. I thank you all for bearing with us. And again, praise be to Sensar for sorting out. Sorting out everything. Is he practicing for yeah. Can't believe Lewis didn't want to have his own Twitch chat mod play for him. The betrayal is real. Oh boy. The drama. But that's why we're here with Rage Forest, so we can get the drama. And they have launched. Here we go. Time for the rage to move from the drama to the actual game. As failed to download match content. DE. Not like this. Well, that's true. Viper might need a sub too. You could join his team. Alright. Only took 30 minutes. Short time as far as 4v4s are concerned. Alright, Menunez's team. Now let's get this set up. This is Team ACCM against Team Lewis. And I think I'll put actually the colors on top will match the players whose team are the captains. So, alright, some wall-off fights right away on the side. We have No Zombie against Siscon here. All the walls going up on the other side. It'll be a bit of a tapired lame from Menunez as he's getting some forward walls, even using the straggler tree as part of the wall. Who is he laming? He's laming Lewis. He's laming the captain. Lewis will actually have a nice pineapple bush patch with the deer right next to it. So a bit of a scout fight still here. And so Firebeer, the replacement player, he'll be Lewis's pocket for Lewis's team. Both of Menunez's tapirs, those are the boar replacements. They'll be forward. A couple of palisades go down.
Bonjour. Vosotros? Sí.
Firebeer dominates now.
Pra. Bonjour. Sí. Pra. Vosotros?
And more tapirs here for Siscon. So in terms of pawns, it's a 4-pawn map. As no zombies going pretty far forward for this Vil fight.
Bonjour.
And it'll be a pretty good set of pond locations for Lewis's team. They're both in the back. The pocket has one. And the flanks pond is in the back. For ACCM's team, both ponds are on the flank. At least one's in the back. The other pond near No Zombie is going to be kind of forward. Grinchy will take that. And those are a couple of llamas. Tulin doing some laming. For a second, I was hoping those would be sneak vills, but they're just llamas now.
Sí.
Trim Rouge Roll. Piek Panji. Trim Rouge Roll.
Pra.
Sì. Bonjour.
And there's also walls from No Zombies. He's trying to get the Vil fight with Siscon. Siscon sending the whole village forward. We got 9 Vils from each of them. And Siscon doesn't want those walls to go up. We now had 3 separate layers of walls attempted here. And the players finally will engage. They're deciding to Vil fight. Low HP Vil brought back by Siscon. No Zombie running his Vil back. He's got another low HP Vil. Siscon focuses that one could go down. No Zombie doesn't run. He's trying to surround another villager, trying to finish the walls. Maybe a bit of walling there from that Vil could block the walls. As there's still a hole, and Siscon will just open another hole, and he'll try to run. He needs to pathfind his Vil back. He'll have 1 Vil forward, and everything pulling back. Another very low HP Vil for Siscon. Great job to pull them back. His 1 Vil that's kind of forward. And looks like he'll get back. So we'll have some pretty forward walls here from No Zombie. But all in all, I think Siscon... Let's see, he had some idle time there. 1-to-1 Vil KDs. Thought Siscon might have gotten one more kill, but he did a great job pulling all the low ones back. So Palisade Wall gonna go down for Menunez. Lewis will break that. And Lewis actually had managed to wall pretty far forward. And has a crocodile encased by Palisade walls. And we do have a sneak. We have a sneak. Menunez forward with a sneak. He walled in a crocodile. And yeah, looking at the fish now, we have the pocket Firebeer. As the Frank's pocket, we'll have those Cyan pocket paladins. Going for the fish boom. Also have a fish boom over here from Tulin. I have a fish boom down here from Grinchy and a fish boom from ACCM. So everyone fish booming, all the pockets fish booming. Flanks doing their walls of protecting the pockets. We also have the wonderful Guanaco plus Pineapple Bush combination. For Siscon, 1 mil can take many resources. And triple Tapir lore here from Siscon. And 3 Tapirs there taken underneath the TC. I'll have an X in the back for ACCM Scout. Don't think he's Xing anything. We're going to have a triple lore here from No Zombie. You see Huns with elephant civs. Faster working stables for the elephants actually sounds like an insane bonus. And we'll have Feudal Ages coming in as this lore is kind of long at this point, but No Zombie. Oh, look at that gate from No Zombie. He actually might have messed up the lore there. The gate was too effective. It blocked all the Tapirs. He'll recover and get 2 of them. Is 10 HP. That's 2 more hits on the villager. There's 1. Next hit kills her. And he doesn't have Vils in the TC to shoot at the Tapirs. He's going to get 1. The other will walk back. So all that effort for only 1 Tapir. And not the most successful of lures, but at least he didn't lose the Vil. More Tapirs in here for Firebeer as the Franks player. And early stable for Firebeer even. Interesting. I think that's a result of the fact they've spotted the sneak. So they spotted the sneak. He's walled himself up. And he will make some scouts or light cav to try to clear this. Maybe even some knights if he's up to the castle age. Make sure Menunez isn't going to get too good of a sneak. But as long as Menunez is disrupting the pocket, that's what the team wants. Lewis is the Bengalis is going to perhaps need some help to deal with this. But it will be the pocket doing a little bit of an investment. But a little bit of an investment can be the difference between winning and losing the game against the other pocket. It is both paladin civs. And if the other sides are doing Halb Onager, which it looks like it will be with Sicilians and Slavs, Paladins might be a bit tricky to use anyway, then. And it will be a Crocodile here. Grinchy trying to wall the Vil. Almost gets the Vil, but no, loses the Vil to the Crocodile. There we go, the Crocodile munching on the Vil. And yeah, that's true. The ping issues. I mean, these are some crazy locations. No, Menunez is in the U.S. No Zombie and Tulin are from Australia, I believe. ACCM's from Vietnam. Siscon's from France. Lewis is from the UK. Grinchy, I'm not sure where Grinchy's from. And I'm not sure where Firebeer are from. We have a ton of different locations for players in this game. Everyone's gonna have horrible ping. He isn't in Australia, okay. He's in Germany, okay. Well, I mean, I guess that doesn't help. That's just yet another location. Grinchy, US, Firebeer, Poland, okay. And Monk goes down there, his ACCM. ACCM has some scouts, too. And ACCM got his scouts into Lewis's base. Well, it's a good thing that Firebeer is going for scouts thing, because Lewis will need the help. Lewis was thinking of going for the Elephant Ram to push through the walls. as the Bengalis, but ACCM will catch the elephant with his scouts. And now Lewis is going to be double-teamed as Menunez comes forward with the archers. Another TC up for Firebeer. The other side looks like it's just some forward walls. Nothing really going on there. Tulin has a couple of scouts. Could maybe consider sending them over here to help Menunez. My mouse is hopefully not going to die. And looks like ACCM might have just... I mean, this is open, right? This is open. Looks like this passage isn't walled. And Lewis taking a lot of pressure now, trying to go monk defense under the TC. Has to be extra careful not to run the monks into the scouts. I'll need another EU server at this point. And, oh, here's No Zombie going for those two tapirs that he didn't get earlier. He's down to 10 HP now. He's up to the castle age. And now he's got more going on in his eco now that he's up. That Vil one hit away from dying. And will he get the tapirs? Looks like he did. There are some low HP Vils here. He needs to shoot the next one. I think one shot kills it. He's got to let it walk back. No, Zombie. No, not like this. It's got 3 HP left. You can't even lure it again. Oh, no, Zombie. He's got something more important, though. He's trying to wall against a Mangonel from Tulin. He's trying to win a Mangonel fight, or at least help his ally win a Mangonel fight. As Tulin's got a couple of Mangonels forward. And he's trying to push through the wall. On the other side, it looks like Lewis has broken through, going for a monk rush. We'll have Burmese against Bengalis as a monk rush. In the long run, we do have... Let's see, that's no heresy. Wait, what save? Is that the right save? Yeah, no heresy for either of them, right? Burmese don't have heresy. So, okay, fun monk rush then. No heresy. This is what we like to see. Monk rush forever. As Menunez losing a Vil to a Mangonel. Some knights pouring in from Firebeer. Firebeer has to be wary of the monks. One conversion on a knight. As these monks do have sanctity. And there's a lot of light cav here from ACCM. And the monks are the key difference here, as the Mangonel's trying to kill the light cav. Is a converted light cav, or just the light cav anyway from Lewis here, picking off some monks. Everyone's just gonna lose everything here. On the other side, yeah, need to get heresy because of the elephants. Also Burmese because of the discount. Right, you take 500 gold heresy would be insane. Khmer actually used to get heresy at one point. Might have been in a beta. But imagine that, Khmer elephants with heresy. No zombie flexing his opponents. Taking pity for the poor tapir. Just gonna wound it and let it walk back. So more monks getting picked off by light cav. The light cav being important in these pushes for picking off the monks. And more knights flooding forward from Firebeer. Remember, the Franks also do have heresy for knights at some point if that ever comes into play. So a few Vils from Menunez down as the TC goes down. Right now, Firebeer, the replacement player, carrying his team. There's something flashing here on the minimap. I don't even know what that is. Why is the minimap flashing over here? Maybe that's just the capture age bug? I don't know. There's nothing being attacked over there. It's just flashing. I'll have an X over here. More Mangonels being microed. No zombies gonna have to repair his teammate's Mangonel. Same thing over here. Look at this micro. The flank repairing the pocket Mangonels. Such teamwork there from Siscon and Tulin. Yeah, Khmer used to have a lot of stuff, right? Didn't they have bombard cannon at one point? And Mangonels, nice shot by Grinchy. Tulin has to pull back and repair. Have more pressure. I think Menunez was able to re-wall this. He'll establish more monasteries. And he simply wants more monks. 2 TC boom for him. 1 TC still for Lewis. But the Vil counts are the same between both of them. Still at 44. More TCs over here for No Zombie. As we'll have 5 docks from Grinchy in this pond. Dave T90 had that bug a year or so ago. Alright, I'm gonna know. Wait, let me check the in-game map. Is it flashing there? As far as I can tell, it's not flashing in-game, so it's just a capture age issue. And look at that Vil, standing in the middle of the gate as he builds it. What a wonderful graphics work. He was actually behind it, but the multi-building part of the gate kind of messes up there. So Outpost is destroyed by Grinchy. And the Mangonel push continues. We'll have a big monk battle on the left, as a lot of light cav have been added in from Lewis. And he'll actually be able to pick off some of those Burmese monks. As the Bengalis, his monks will be extra tanky, and I think we saw that in the engagement there. The monks didn't go down, he's able to heal. It feels like Lewis pulling ahead and score over Menunez now. Has to be careful, it's now 1 TC versus 3 TCs though. But he's preparing to push. 1 TC is maybe a bit risky when both pockets are booming away, and eventually it'll be the pocket boom that matters more. And yeah, look at this. 48 fish traps to 31, so Firebeer not nearly as many fish traps as ACCM. And ACCM might be in a good spot to carry the game. There's only 30 for Tulin, and what do we have here for Grinchy? 41. So at least the players I would recognize. ACCM, his captain, with the Rage Forest experience, going for the huge fish boom. And Imp's on the way for both players on Lewis's team. Grinchy will be the first one up for ACCM's team. But this will be a Monk Fast Imp from both flanks by the look of it. Oh, triple Mangonels killed at the same time. That was a good light cav raid. Siskan has the Burgundians. They are a pretty good Monk Civ. I think they only missed Theocracy. That's an important one to miss, and Heresy, but that means you're not going to have group conversions of monks. It's going to add for more monasteries, though. And Castle from ACCM right in the middle of Menunez's base. He's Xing the side. There's an outpost. There are some stone walls. And Crocodile gonna hit a Vil, but that'll be okay. Now Zombie will live. Kill his loom. And he's gonna continue walling up, maybe recognizing the fast imp play, hoping he is the bigger boom. He does have 4 TCs. Now that is a forward castle. And there's a Mangonel in the workshop. Not going to try to one-hit the castle foundation. So it looks like that castle will go up. Ram forward to push through the walls, and it will be a fast imp over here. Fairly forward castle for Lewis, not going too far forward. But with the monks, should be able to make some trebs and then push the castle. And we do have imp on the way, both for the Franks and for the Huns. Now, the Franks, all things considered, will have better paladins than the Huns. But Firebeer will be a bit behind ACCM in terms of economy. Are the conversions faster with more monks? Every monk individually has the same probability of performing a conversion, but once a single monk succeeds, then all of the monks will spend their monk juice, except if Theocracy is in. So you're having more monks convert, and when you have more monks, the likelihood of the conversion happening at an earlier time increases. There's no special group logic for the monks other than the spending of the faith when one succeeds. It's a bunch of independent events. You're learning new things every day. So Trebs now attacking the castle here from Lewis, as we'll have Imp on the other side with that forward castle. And Lewis's team on a bit of a timing window, and maybe the time isn't there, as it's actually Grinchy who's cutting. But behind this, we'll have some nice quick walls here. And well done by Siskan to keep these units out. That's a lot of monks on an onager shot. That's a lot of monks that all go down. Oh no, the fast imp from Siskan. He lost all the monks to the onagers. Grinchy with the insane onager shot. Siskan trying to quick wall, but lost all of the monks. He's not going to have any conversions, as ACCM will come to this side too, with the Cavaliers, soon to be Paladins. They'll triple Siskan, who now has no defense without the monks. They'll push into this castle, the pocket making the Trebs. And the Paladins are on the way for Firebeer, but that will be around a minute slower. Actually, that might speed up when Chivalry finishes. But it will be slower than the Paladin upgrade from ACCM. I'm actually not sure. Does Capture Age decrease the time of Paladin when Chivalry is in? I'll have a bit of a push on the left as Lewis is pushing. Menunez has to hold, though, to give his team time on the other side. Yep, Capture Age does correct that. Chivalry makes the stables work faster. So it makes the Paladin upgrade come in around 30 seconds faster or so. That'll help catch up the timing between the Paladin upgrades for both pockets, but the Cavaliers are already raiding. All of the Cavaliers are heading to the right side from Firebeer, but his stables were prepared to help out on the left. He was not prepared to send the Cav all the way around the map and help Siscon. And in terms of total vills, ACCM's team now up by around 80 vills. And a couple of relics will be popped out of the monastery there. And both everyone on Lewis's team now trying to sell some resources. Paladins running around, fighting by the barracks. I went from Amiga Wars winner to Lewis Seed 15. That's honestly a nice push from Lewis. I like what we've seen from ACCM's team, though, is that the pockets end up making trebs and helping the flanks in the treb war. That's been really key to getting the castles down. Where the flanks might have the forward castle in the passage where they're vulnerable. A nice Mangonel hit, or Onager hit on the Halbs as a couple conversions come in on the Onagers. We've seen just how effective monks can be against Onagers. Paladin's here now. Maybe Firebeer can help turn things around over here, but I think both pockets have had much better fish booms on ACCM's side. And even a couple of Paladins getting in, raiding the eco. This part of the minimap actually can flash for real now. So Onager's hitting the Paladins, the Ram pushes into the market, Donjon's falling. And as wonderful as Cyan Pocket Paladins are, not going to be quite enough here. We'll have a market. Looks like the team wants some trade. And Lewis is going to try to go full light cav now. Again, Bengali monks. Or ACCM trying to go full light cav against Lewis, rather. I think Lewis, honestly, that was decent, but the light cav did kill quite a few monks. Despite the conversion, so that was probably not worth it for Lewis at all. He'll maybe get a treb, but there are so many trebs here from ACCM, he can even take fights against Lewis's trebs. That's a Repairville being converted there. Remember, you have to be adjacent to convert trebs. On the other side, the push continues. Mangonel's leveling some halves. And Firebeard doing what he can to hold with Paladins, or Frank Paladins. But Siscon, 96 vills. I think the downside is Lewis on only 59. And Menunez up to Imp on 102 vills. ACCM has done a great job of helping him hold this side. And yeah, Lewis has been pushing with trebs, but he's not really been destroying castles and making much progress. And Menunez even is going to wall up in front of ACCM's trebs. Oh, and we just got a raid. Thank you, John Slope, for the raid. Welcome just in time to see some monks. You missed an Onager shot that killed 20 monks at once earlier. But welcome in. We'll have Lewis trying to be a clown on this flank with the monks, but lots of trebs here defending. From ACCM helping Menunez keep his castle up. The other side, though, is collapsing, as even the Cyan Pocket Paladin's not enough to help out against ACCM. And 192 HP compared to 180. Yeah, it's 12 HP, but it does make a difference. And the Clown Goat. Let's see, this forward finally being cleaned up by some of those Paladins. Still the downside that the Paladins have to walk so far across the map just to get over here. So this guy at least has 91 vills, but Lewis's team will call the GG. And there we have it, game number 1. Firebeer coming in at the last minute to play. And did have a decent boom, honestly, but I think when we looked at the fish earlier on, yeah, he has got 44 fish traps now, but he was at around 30 when ACCM went up to 59. ACCM went up to 60 fish traps and simply had the better eco, was Imp a bit faster. And maybe that's just a bit more experience on how to manage the Rage Forest economy. Also, not gonna shortchange the Civ. The Huns, they don't need to build houses. They save some wood. Might be a bit easier for them to add the fish boom than the Franks. The Franks being the Civ with a farming bonus, but you're not saving wood if you're not building farms. So, GG. And let me update my scoreboard here, too. There's a win for Team ACCM. Let's check off the civs. We're gonna have, it was Franks, Burgundians, Sicilians, and Bengalis against Burmese, Khmer, Huns, and what was that final civ? The Slavs. So Team Lewis, at the very least, hasn't used their first 3 civ picks. No budget tours, no win. That's true. They really do need Acro. I'm sure he'll be there in later weeks. Alright, and we'll just wait for them to do another lobby. And remember, we are also supposed to have TeMo versus Viper later today. We'll see who actually ends up playing for those teams. Didn't like Hun's Pocket for ACCM. I think if you have a map that does not have ponds, I would definitely prefer the Franks Pocket. But with the pond, I think that helps the Huns more than the Franks. When you are fully boomed in Imp, the extra HP and also faster producing paladins from the Franks with Chivalry, I think should be better than the Huns as a pocket, but maybe just with the pond you're able to get there easier with the Huns. Remember, Huns also make their paladins faster too. They do have a faster working stable team bonus. Not as fast as Chivalry, but still helpful. Even did atheism? I miss the days when atheism made spies cheaper. It cut the cost of spies in half. So at most it would be 15,000 gold, which did make it occasionally affordable in a team game. If you're floating a lot of gold for someone to do spies as the Huns. Maybe it would even have to be a Michi trade boom situation. I always did enjoy that, one of those rare games where you actually could do spies. So it looks like they have their lobby up. And we'll see if Fire Bureau hops on again. Interesting play with the double flank fast imps. But maybe the fast imps just weren't fast enough. It felt like on Lewis's side he was ahead of Menunez, but just not enough to compensate for the other side. No zombie picked the right moment to focus on walling rather than luring the boars, it would seem. Let's see. So that takes out the Slavs from ACCM, but they still have Georgians, Lithuanians as pocket civs. Georgians are interesting, because I think you want to play them as a Halb SO civ, even though I guess you could use them either way. Could go Manaspas, although I don't really like that, compared to either the timing of Paladins or the strength of the Lechai from the Lithuanians. Meyer there, they are pretty much going to be a flank. Probably same with Berbers too. Fast moving Vills can be a nice flank for Team ACCM. But Team Lewis, I usually see the Chinese used as a flank, and I've seen the Wei as a flank for the traction tribs. Bulgarians can be an interesting flank if they want to go for men-at-arms and aggression, but that does depend on the map being a bit open. So Firebeard is hopping on again. He'll be a pocket again. Lewis's team, I'm looking at the colors in the lobby. They've swapped positions, so Tulin will be a flank, and Lewis will now be Siskon's pocket. ACCM's team looks like they'll go with the same setup. And they should hopefully be good to go. Just there, Grinchy's picking a color. Right. Alright, just waiting on them to launch. Also, I'm seeing the server they're playing on is West US. So if you're worried what the lag is like, it's the West US server. Right, and here we go. And boom, let me just make sure we'll keep the captain colors on the scoreboard. So we'll have ACCM's team to the south, Lewis's team to the north. This looks like a 6-pond map. And the one thing I note is the forward pond for Menunez. He's going to go try to wall right away. And there is a wolf in the middle of the passage, so Siskon will be wary of that wolf and not want to go too far forward. Menunez will do the same thing. Remember, wolves attack Vills, but not scouts. So if you lose HP to a wolf, suddenly you might end up losing a wall-off war. And here we have Siskon going to opt to fight the wolf, and he will do so after Loom. And his scout will be comboing with Lewis's scout in the pocket, recognizing Menunez had gone to the side. And nice blocking there from ACCM to get a couple of extra hits on Lewis's or on Siskon's scout. But Lewis and Siskon will now pull back. This is Lewis's team overloading their two best players over on the right side together, but immediately gets the payoff with that Vil kill. Yeah, West US for a crazy group of players. But that's I think always going to be the case for ACCM's team. Like I said, I've played a team game tournament with him once years ago for 2v2s, and it was always an adventure figuring out when to schedule and where to pick the server. How is Tulin as a flank? We'll find out. He was a pocket last game. He is the Wu on the other side, so probably going to be fire archers. Okay, I think I successfully muted myself before I sneezed there. And Siskon's going to keep fighting. He does not want Menunez to have a free boom in that pond. The important thing, though, is both pocket players have a safe pond. Siskon would have a safe pond, too, should he want to use it. And, oh, quick wall there from Menunez, but he might lose that Vil. In fact, he probably will, unless he's able to wall it again. He's trying, but not able to do so. Menunez may be going to lose his scout, but he and ACCM will kill a villager there. And Siskon can delete a wall and come forward. And Siskon has 2 pretty good HP Vils and 1 weak one forward. He's going to run the weak one back. And he has to figure out where he's going to wall. Now, this still hasn't been walled, maybe opening up an opportunity for Lewis to open scouts. He will add in a dock. You have to do a lot of damage with scouts because it does slow you down. We'll have ACCM docking himself. And on the other side, it does look like we have successful walls here from Nos Zombie walling pretty much everywhere. And 3 vills forward for Menunez. He will again run into a wolf. And Lewis will try to lure him into the wolf before fighting. And there it goes. You could maybe think of jumping there, but not going to do it immediately. His scout HP is a bit too low to consider it. He just wants to use that HP to keep the walls open, and open he shall keep them as he's through. This is an extra tricky fight for him now. He gets one more piece down, and now Menunez will run back as Siscon here has 2 vills forward, coming 4. I should know. We got, what, 80 players involved in the tournament in total? And then backup players? That's a lot of lore to know. And, oh, nice walls on the diagonal. Siscon pushed out by Menunez. But Siscon will at least kill 1 vill, close to getting another one. And there's an opening made in the wall, so Siscon gets more vills forward. Firebeard even has a scout here. That's the 3rd player sending their scout to this side. Here's Grinchy's scout. Grinchy's scout is just picking up some sheep, maybe pushing those deer. So maybe a bit of a weaker eco then for Firebeard if he doesn't have a scout to push deer. But he does have the fish boom on the pond, as those are low HP vills. And they're going after the scout. Ooh, Firebeard taking some hits. Siscon going for some super forward walls, putting his team in a great position to pressure that pond. To be fair, though, as long as Menunez keeps Siscon vill fighting as he gets a nice diagonal hit there, Siscon won't be fish booming either. And Siscon is committing a lot of vills to this. Let's check out the idle times. 55 seconds to 103 seconds. So similar there, the quick walls from Menunez get the vill safe. And Menunez will just tap all those foundations, get as much HP as he can. Wall open the other side. The other side looks completely walled on both sides, just with palisades. It looks walled. And here's Grinchy coming over now. And just to check the deer, yeah, no, not pushed for Firebeard. And very forward walls here for Siscon. Now the question, does Siscon have a lumber camp? No, he's taking his straggler trees, doing a house right by the TC. He does not actually have a lumber camp. So he's going to have a crazy Dark Age. So Menunez. Oh my gosh, look at that Eco KD. 1 to 6, Siscon 5 to 2. And there is a gate from Menunez, as he wants to do a gate on the opposite side of the wall as Vills batter down the gate. And then there'll be some repairs. So triple Borrelore from ACCM looks like that'll be successful for him. Triple Borrelore also from Firebeard. Vil has a good amount of HP, so should be successful here. He'll get them all under the TC. ACCM just finishing up his lore too. Both of them are nicely done. And the Vils for Siscon will go back. His 1 Vil forward to keep walling this up. We'll go for a double wall. Siscon and Menunez might both be Dark Age for a while, based on how they've been so aggressively Vil fighting. So deer there taken by Siscon. Some more stone walls going up for No Zombie. In the back, triple Borrelore now for Siscon. He should be able to get it no problem. Another Veil comes forward for Siscon. Could have done a lumber camp there instead of walking back, yeah. But now he has more Vils on wood back here. And he will go for a dock. So Siscon, despite the forward wall, is not going to try to pressure Menunez. Instead, will just go for his own dock. And it looks like he's doing a good job luring these boars in. Should have no problem getting them back from this distance now. Start shooting them with the TC. And they'll all go down. So there's a market for Tulin on the other side. Oh, hello, cow. Hello, hello. Oh yeah, that's right. You did want to kill cast Rage Forest at some point. So here's a gate and some more walls. And more stone walls going up for Lewis. Trying to keep this passage secure. And Scout now will hit these palisades and try to just weaken them a bit. No zombie. He got his Feudal Age marker all the way in the corner. I don't know if it's worth the build time for that when you're not going to trade until later. I always think no. Maybe we'll have to run some math on that someday.
TeMo.
So walls going down, more vills go forward to punch through the palisades again. And there's Lewis up to castle. He's the first player up this game. And he has some fishing ships, a couple of fish traps. Question for Lewis is he's not probably as familiar with Rage Forest as players like ACCM are. Will he have the good timing down on TCs plus fish booming together? As you need to manage 2 upgrades now, fishing lines and gill nets. You need to spend wood placing the fish traps. You also have to make your TCs. And you pretty much don't make farms from what I've seen these days. No farms. And he's actually not booming. He's going forward. Going forward with some scouts and a knight and a workshop. So he will be pushing the middle as well as walling behind this. A couple of stone walls going up from Nunez as he will defend himself with a tower. And what the heck is that gate HP? 4,405 out of 2,750 at 96.05%. Wait, it's like that in game too, right? Let me just check that. I believe it is. No, it's actually finished. Okay, now it's finished. Never mind. He finished it. He finished it before I could alt tab and check. Yeah, the cheat gate. That just happens sometimes. I don't know why. But it does. He even has the wall behind the gate to prevent the ACCM diagonal build. He needs one more tile. He had it a couple of days ago versus Manas. It's absurd. I wonder if you can reproduce it somehow. I think it's something to do with if the gate gets attacked, because it consists of 3 separate buildings merged together. Yeah, like the HP isn't calculated correctly as the buildings change. Oh, you can do it deliberately. Okay. Okay, interesting. I know some people were also experimenting with that thing Doubts encountered a couple of times, where the scout attacks the boar by itself. But I haven't been able to reproduce that myself. Oh, nice hit from the rocket cart. Hits the villain, the mangonel. I think these days, it's pretty much rocket carts better than mangonels. Just have to be careful to shoot the entire volley before microing it. Otherwise, rocket cart usually wins that. To turn to the gate scandal. The diagonal gates have been a crazy thing throughout the history of AoE 2. As we'll have a push here from the rocket carts. On the other side, everyone just booming. So peaceful booms, boom on the pond for Grinchy, and for Firebeer. Firebeer, again, leading his team in score. ACCM adding TCs. Lewis on 2 TCs with a fish boom while pushing. Overall, still equal with ACCM on resources. I mean, on villager count. Wait, originally when you placed diagonal gates back on the 1990s version, the corners actually were not present until the gate was finished. So you could do crazy things like build other buildings inside of the corners of diagonal gates. Well, like if you placed a couple of tower foundations on top of the gate foundation, you could have towers in each of the corners. Or you could build a gate, like you put 2 castles next to it and have the gate right in between 2 castles. It was pretty cool, but you couldn't use them to quick wall. 1, because you couldn't rotate them. But 2, because the corners didn't actually stop units from walking through until it was finished. So diagonal gates were useless as a quick wall. So another yeah, there you go. 3 TCs for Siscon, along with his fish boom. And this is maybe putting some pressure on Nunez to push, because he doesn't have a fish boom. And if you look at the Vil count now, that's 36 to 43. And 8 of those 43 are fishing ships for Siscon. So if he's able to wall and hold, he will be in a good position. And right now, he's got 3 layers of stone wall, 2 of which are breached. And it'll require about 1 more push with the rocket carts for ACCM to get in. And maybe Siscon needs to start walling again. He can use the gold and wall back here. So he might not be done with the walls yet. He has wheelbarrow on the way, and if he realizes he has more eco, it behooves him to wall. Get as big of an eco advantage as he can. Los Delos with the top score. I'm still not sure if it's better to put your best player, so to say, in the flank or the pocket. It might simply be different players have different skill sets and you just want them to specialize a bit as pocket or flank. And there is domestication from our Catan's player, Menunez, adding in the farms. And meanwhile, everyone's building here. We'll have a couple of outposts, all the better to see each other with on the side. More villas for Tulin, as he has quite a good number of farms. And some houses in the back for Firebeer. As knights break through the palisade wall from Menunez. And now Lewis able to, with that workshop, if he wanted to, keep the pressure up, but looks like he's content just to boom now. Pocket Civ matchup will be Bulgarians versus Jurchens. Jurchens could have and bombard cannon, I believe, right? Yeah, and that does help against the Bulgarian siege quite a bit, because they don't have the cannon. And they otherwise have siege onager with siege engineers and good halbs. Ram push here from ACCM. He's saying this wall isn't destroyed enough. Let me destroy it more. And Menunez up to the castle age, our final player up. But he certainly is struggling. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Heavy rocket cart, bombard cannon, and grenadier. Yeah, I think Jurchen's gonna win that matchup hard. So it doesn't mean Lewis is maybe on a timer for pushing. Tulin and Firebeer are up. Firebeer has been booming with the Persians with a pond this whole time. And this time, he's got 46 fishing ships. We said last game maybe he didn't have enough. He's compensated this game. He's adding in significantly more. A much better fish boom. And with some knights over here, is going to come and try to triple team the other side. And hope that his flanks fish boom means that Siscon can hold the right enough. Especially seeing the damaged position that Menunez's setup is in. I know it will be Savar, but I'd love a War Elephant. I would too. So 38 vills for Menunez. The next lowest player in the game is Tulin at 83. So Menunez has some eco catching up to do. And how do Vietnamese do against Jurchens? They at least have cannons, so I'd imagine they would fare better than the Bulgarians would. And at the very least, the archer units should be useful against gunpowder, even if the heavy rocket carts still are scary for them to face. So it feels like that would be rocket cart cannon for ACCM. Pretty expensive, but it is Rage Force, and he does have a fish boom, so he should have a good eco. Looks like Lewis needed a second, and he's asking to 14.
Yes.
Alright, yeah, look at the difference between Siscon at 38, and Menunez at 39, and then Siscon at 94. 3 TCs for Menunez, but still not able to access his pond. And this all comes down to those early Vil fights, and the fact that Siscon took such a great fight, was up, what, 6-1 or 5-2 in the Eco KD. And Castle by the trade on the gold there for no zombie, keeping that safe. Some cut potential there to get to trade for either side. Castle for Tulin as the stables come in. There's Cavalier And I expect to see Savars from Firebeer. And maybe a cut for Savars? My question is, what does Lewis do? And it looks like Lewis simply is going to add workshops. And, hello, Firebeer markets? There's no markets go in the corners and not the middle, right? Those are some markets, okay. Thought there was going to be military buildings from Lewis for a second. Hello, Jeep, how you doing? So some more walls from Menunez, trying to ensure there are no cuts. He's outposting everything too, making sure he has full vision of potential cuts on this side. And getting everything walled up as best he can. You build extras not in the corner. No, isn't it usually you put them on both sides? And then you have the trade start on both sides? I guess being in the middle helps with that to some extent. Then you can send them to either side. But alright, traction trebs. Traction trebs can cut forests. And here we go. Lewis had been spying this down. And no zombie, not walling everything. And there's still one more layer of trees that needs to go down. And the Cav are in. A Camel Archer here for no zombie. But Camel Archers, remember, they're strong, but they don't have a bonus against Cav, only against Cav Archers. The Berbers would be normal camels there. And here come the traction trebs with a castle going up for Tulin. Some great momentum now in this push for Lewis's team. And also the fact that Menunez, he's up to 65 vills. But the lowest vills on the other team is 110, and that here is Tulin. Siscon at 135. ACCM at 142, but that shouldn't even be a huge difference, ACCM versus Siscon. Cavalier is trying to get in and fight the Trebs, but the Savars are here. That castle should go down if the repair vills die, which they will. But the traction trebs are being destroyed by Grinchy's paladins. Only one traction treb left, and that should be enough vills to repair the castle against that. Remember, no trebs from Tulin, so he'll need to add in some workshops for traction trebs if he wants more. And now the Halbs start coming out for ACCM. ACCM going Halb on the opposite side, though. Will make it maybe a bit easier for Siscon to push, as it's now Menunez's turn to try to fast slub up these walls. Watch out for cuts, and slow down the push as much as possible from Siscon. It's a great plan to play only Siege. It looks like it so far, honestly. I mean, he has 115 vills. He could swap to something. Some Halbs maybe to protect against Paladins could be nice. The castle does go down. So Tulin will lose a lot of traction trebs, the wall behind this. But he does get the castle. And even if his own castle is threatened, it's taking a lot of effort from the other team to push this back. Savar is fighting under the castle, perhaps wary of the Halbs a bit. Trebs hitting the Paladins as the Halbs are there. And there's a cut on the other side. Looks like Lewis had been cutting, but ran straight into fortified walls and Luchuans. So ACCM protecting the pond, and now Lewis is just going to cut over here. He might just need to walk his Halbs to the other side of the map and help out. So it is 3v2 over here. Lewis is cut, thwarted by the walls of Menunez. So Menunez, low population, but up to Imp, and doing what he can to help his team with his walls rather than his push. And now that Siscon is up, he's doing paper money. His team's getting trade started. And he still should have a good advantage over Menunez. Wait, is that on 173 vills? Is this just going to be a sling from Siscon if he goes full population trading and paper money cutting trees with the Vietnamese? I mean, it could be, I guess. He's got 68 fishing ships, 105 vills. How many does he have? 68 fishing ships in this pond. Hello there, 69. Nice. Fishing ships. And where are we on the mini-map? Oh, wait, they're Xing the forest to cut. I was like, what's happening? They're Xing the forest. He has no room for elephants. That's true, he could go elephants. I was thinking more of a rat and archer push, but yeah, that's right. If you boom up a bit, then delete vills for elephants. That could work. Okay, Tulin needs some quick walls between the barracks and over on the side. Does this go up? The one in the middle does not go up. The Paladins are in now, followed by Halbs and Camel Archers. All of the traction trebs should go down. Things collapsing on the left for Tulin as Grinchy is in. Lewis is cut. Finding some fortified walls. Keeps going up behind this for ACCM. The other side pushing into the trade. The markets are there. The scores are flipping, and ACCM's team is taking the score lead. Siscon, though, has not yet pushed with the elephants. Where are the elephants from Siscon? He's moving his elephants to the other side of the map. That is so slow. He's not pushing over here. Too many walls from Menunez. Menunez, MVP with the walls this game. Yeah, no real army from Tulin. 3 military. He was going only siege. Needed the halbs earlier, maybe. We should have decent halbs. There's fortified bastions and thunderclap bombs now for ACCM. As we do have some more walls. Maybe a couple of villas had gotten the walls up late, but if there's anything that got in, it's cleaned up. It's the 1x here. But now there's a siege ram push. How do the camel tribes do against siege rams? How do the Luchuans do against siege rams? I'm not particularly sure. Gate, though, is held open. Not for long, though. Walling behind is Menunez. The elephants will pull back. Siscon lacks mobility with the elephants. ACCM trade being hit. They do have some... They have actually a very nice trade line, too. Very straight. But Tulin gonna lose his base off here. At the very least, the pockets still have fish booms for Lewis's team. But they would need to recover rather quickly to take this fight. And here come the elephants, but they were so slow to get over here. Siscon wasn't able to push his side in time. And by the time Lewis even tripled this side, it was tripled this side, it was too late for Tulin, who had lost everything. And Tulin's down to 21 vills. All of a sudden, ACCM's team taking a huge villager lead. And Siscon not really capitalizing on how far ahead he was over Menunez. Oh, to 138, brutal eco KD. 119 to 1 for Grinchy on the eco KD. 0 to 139 for Tulin. 139 losses. Oh my gosh. The Savars are here. They will have an attack bonus against the camel archers. Can even take out some of the rocket carts or the cannon, but they do explode. They have that thunderclap bomb's unique tech when they die. There's 2-man saw. And we'll look at the resources. Is anyone floating? Menunez now is floating. No zombies floating. ACCM even has a bit of excess gold and stone, so his team's in a great spot. The cut continues. Elephants trying to find a way in. Maybe they could push the docks, but there are towers everywhere from ACCM's team, and that's going to stop the elephants from breaching the walls properly. Great walling from Menunez, literally everywhere, just to stop the push. And I think Lewis's team is struggling to get everyone on one side of the map together, especially when it's the opposite flank coming over. They now have 3 players as part of their rainbow, Savaras and elite battle elephants from the Vietnamese. This does feel like a pretty scary army composition. Halb's there too from Lewis. Bulgarians, if they're not contributing siege onagers though, do feel maybe a bit underwhelming in the fight. You see ACCM at the very least having cannon added in. Firebeer not going to go for the Trebs, afraid of the Halbs. Fire Lancer. I guess Fire Lancer could be an option too for Lewis. I don't know what that petard did, but it hit the tower. And they're still trying to push through. And they do have some elephants getting close to the fish, close to the trade. But that's a lot of houses. Remember, Grinchy is the Kumans and can't stone wall this. And there are some X's here. This is what we saw. Similar maybe to what Gandhi's team did the other day, where they moved to one side all of a sudden. And that turned the game around. But this is a long cut from Lewis just for him to send his halbs back. And some X's over here as Menunez is going to cut. And Menunez, Siege Ram plus Iron Casting is ready to push through. He's got the heavy rocket carts already. He is the Catan, so what units will he make? He's going to go Elite Fire Lancer. He'll go Fire Lancer. He'll use them with the Ram push. And the rocket carts will cut a straighter path to that castle for the Rams to follow. And Menunez is going to hit the TC too. But he can ram that Treb in that castle whenever he wants. Everything else is focused on the left. Even the elephants are there. There's a lot of halbs to deal with elephants. 54 halbs. Hello, Caterpillar. How many TCs for Tulin? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, I believe. From what I can count on the mini-map. So Tulin trying to reboom. He's up to 65 vills. He does need to contribute if his team's going to win the game. Ram push now on Siskon's castle. The elephants maybe a bit wary of the fire lancers. That's a lot of rams and a lot of lancers. As the TC goes down and the castle will follow. A lot of vills forward too from Menunez. Alright, it is a play all three, so they will need a third game regardless of the result. So elephants pushing into the rams and the lancers. On the other side, the camel archers kind of dominating, honestly. Even against the elephants, they don't have the pierce armor to stand up to the camel archers. Power is also from ACCM. And it feels like this game did kind of come down to Menunez, even though he lost the initial wall-off war and didn't have a fish boom, he managed to wall everything enough that he wasn't punished for it. And Lewis's team maybe not in the right early imp positions to triple team the left. When they first started pushing, had maybe a bit of momentum. Here comes some Bulgarian two-handed swordsmen from Lewis to fight the Elite Fire Lancers, but that could just mean the unique unit could pop out now for Menunez and the Catans. As Menunez is starting to wall forward. Tulin not running and losing eco, that too. That too. But part of the reason he had to run was that ACCM went full this side. And Lewis and Siskon were trying to do some cutting, didn't manage to break into Menunez's base when he was walled. Now Menunez, 127 vills. Treb's going down. And a game that I think was a good opportunity for Lewis's team the way they got off to their start. But maybe not able to close it out, as they're getting pushed pretty hard on both sides now as the camel archers are there. As they'll give up this space and fall back. That's maybe given Tulin a chance to reboom though, 138 vills. But now they're basically 3 bases to 5 bases in terms of map control. And they're close to not having a trade line. Good thing for them is the 3 bases do still form a bit of a trade line. Could grab a relic and more gold if they need it. Bit of a raid though. As well, Menunez might lose his castle. Might just lose the castle. Camel archers are such a tricky thing to deal with, and now Tulin, he has 18 trade carts. Not the worst, but not ready to do gold units yet. Get some type of onager and get hits on the camel archers, that'd be sick. So Mills go down to the camel archers, and there's a GG from Siskon. As ACCM's team will take game number 2. And Lewis's team
TeMo.
honestly felt like they had some opportunities there. That's maybe not having the Rage Forest experience to close out the game. But early on, Siskon had a huge lead over Menunez. And the one thing Menunez did is wall everywhere while the team triple teamed the other side. And it worked out for them. And with ACCM, 60 buildings destroyed, 2 lost there. They can Firebeard a decent boom as the pocket, but I think also it's hard to make the Paladin civs work if you lose an initial engagement and then you spent so much eco on paladins just to run into halbs and you feel like you want to make a swap. ACCM has been playing so good. Alright, I'm going to run to the bathroom before the next game, so stay tuned. I'll be right back. And then we'll get game number 3. Let me just check off the civs first. That was Berbers, Khitans, Kumans, and Jurchens against Persians, Vietnamese, Bulgarians, and was that Wu? I believe that was. Yeah, the Wu. Hello, Sato. Is this Persian first pick? Is he even boom into War Elephant? Persians never boom into War Elephant, though. Pretty much always a boom into Savar. As much as I'd love the War Elephants. I do sometimes wish, though, they still had their paladins. I kind of miss the Persian paladins. But game 3 coming up, and we should have TeMo versus Viper after this. I don't know if that's happening. Let's see. What's happening there? I think, I see some stuff going on there. They're probably drafting. So I think they're ready to get going soon, too. We'll swap to that once this is over. Still don't know whether Viper will be playing. I have no idea why that automod caught your message, Sato. He literally just wrote yes. That's like some DE level chat filter right there. What's going on with Viper? He just has League stuff. And his team might have to play a game. What the heck is this road? Look at this. Why does the road not go this way? What in the name of Dijkstra happened to this algorithm? That was just, this con was closer to Lewis and then it decided to put the road this way. So yeah, sorry if that yes was offensive. Sato just being too agreeable. Alright, so it'll be Menunez versus Tulin on the flank. Lithuanians versus Chinese here. Vil's going to be fighting against the scout. As the scout goes down. And all the Vil goes down for Menunez. And might lose the scout if Tulin turns to fight with that Vil. Which he does, there he goes. And Menunez, once again, losing the early wall off. Big Vil fight on the right too. This is No Zombie versus Siscon. And it'll be a Vil down for No Zombie. Can Siscon wall the Vil? Yes, he can. He'll save his Vil for now. 4 HP only, though. Low HP scout for Lewis. Oh, he won't save the Vil. The Eagle breaks through the wall. And he'll lose the Vil. Gets a hit on the Eagle, at least. And we'll look at the idle TC time there. 30 seconds for Siscon as the Portuguese. 55 for Tulin as the Chinese. 34 for No Zombie as the Maya. And Menunez, at the very least, has kept his TC running. But perhaps at the cost of losing the Vil fight. And that's a low HP Vil. Will run into a low HP Scout. 2 HP left. The Scout is killed trying to get the Vil. And that Vil will get back to the TC. So No Zombie, I think, having a bit more success in the Vil fight than Menunez so far. And Menunez might get a Vil kill there. Does so, but loses his own Vil. So Menunez and Tulin trading Vils. So Firebeer will be away pocket, Lewis a Roman pocket, against Georgian and Dravidian pockets. Now this is where you have a Siege Onager Civ against the Romans, which are mostly a Scorpion Civ. Makes me kind of worry for the Romans. I always forget, do Dravidians have Bombard Cannon? And they do. Yeah, so Grinchy could have Cannon and Siege Onager, but no Siege Engineers. So less range. And Menunez will have to save another Vil. As will Tulin, running the low HP Vil back. This will be a Vil that Menunez can't quite run. Nope, that goes down. He has walled this, but very low HP on the wall. And Tulin will break right back out. And Menunez will do some more palisades, finish walling this up. And Tulin will do a forward lumber camp. Imagine he did it over here, chopped a tree, and then got killed by that wolf in the pocket. How can he micro that well with his Australian lag? He's probably used to it, right? This is the West US server they're playing on. And again, the countries of these teams are very spread out. The locations of the players do not
Olá.
admit a good server
Estou pronto.
for the games at all.
Ordens?
Olá.
Playing some weird server. We gotta start digging some tunnels into the middle of the earth for more central servers for everyone.
Tá visto?
So looking at the pond situations, it's a 2-pond per team setup. We'll have Grinchy and ACCM docking for their team, and then both pockets, Firebeer and Lewis docking for Lewis's team.
Sim.
We're playing on a bad server.
Olá.
Well, US West will probably be a bit difficult
Estou pronto.
for Lewis, right? But probably difficult for everyone.
Quais as
I don't think that's a good server for anyone. They all have to deal with ping. Space server for the win? That'd be maybe even farther away. Pawns. I mean, both pawns are forward, right? So it's really important that Siscon gets a forward wall here. Keep the pawns safe. Here, yeah, I mean, Menunez might have lost the wall, but that's not immediately losing the pond if he gets pushed. Can end up walling from here to the TC2. His golds are a bit exposed and forward, so yeah, he actually has an awful map in terms of the golds. But at least for the pawns, he's okay for the moment. Forward lumber camp also from Menunez. And Siscon deciding he's going to send all the Vills to fight. It does kind of worry me if Siscon engages a ton in the wall fight, which he does, absolutely, because he needs to protect the pawns. But that it kind of turns it into a situation where both he and No Zombie are going to contribute less if they're spending all this economy and will be Dark Age longer. And it's going to turn it more into a Grinchy versus Lewis 1v1. Where Lewis is probably the better player in a 1v1. Put Lewis far ahead of Grinchy, but in terms of the Civ matchup on Rage Forest, I'm scared to go Romans against the Siege Onager Civ. I pick Grinchy on BF over Lewis every day. Man, maybe Grinchy should have been a captain then.
Quais as vossas?
I know there are a lot of players who probably would have signed up, but they were worried they didn't want to be captain. So Menunez with that one tile hole in the wall. Acro, I know Acro, your team needs you.
Estou pronto.
Estou pronto.
Draft and decision making. Scheduling too. The whole works.
Quais as vossas ordens?
And alright, nice lure at least from Siscon. Bit of a idle TC there, but he'll recover from that. Get the boars in. So Lewis using the market a bit to go up. Acro not bringing his laptop on the vacation. Not gonna play on the vacation internet like Viper did in Warlords. Imagine taking the ping from this game and then adding Acro on some hotel Wi-Fi on a laptop to it. Alright, tower hitting the Vill. Vill has to run back. Defensive tower for Menunez. And then there'll be a blacksmith there for Menunez too as he works on getting this wall secured. And as far as the map generation is concerned, this is a pretty simple one passage on each side type of map, aside from the weird setup of the roads. And that'll be Castle Age for ACCM, Castle Age for both pockets on Lewis's team. And where is Grinchy up to the next stage at? Taking a while to click up. Even we'll have No Zombie as the flank up first. Just clicking now. But a bit slower compared to the other pockets. Did I think blue was a pocket earlier? Oh wait, blue's a flank. Yeah, okay. Just misreading my colors. ACCM up a bit late with 28 vills. Let's look at the idle time. A bit of idle time for ACCM. A bit of idle time for everyone. Firebeer, the least idle time though, with 12 seconds. And honestly, for Firebeer, just coming on out of nowhere and playing some games. He's done pretty well with the booming, all things considered. So, forward workshop from Lewis. He wants to be aggressive, maybe recognizing, yeah, as the Romans, I don't want to fight the Dravidians late game. Let's push them early. And he goes Barracks 2, opening with a Mangonel. Could even go Rams after that. Swordsman and Rams wouldn't be the worst thing for him. Get Siscon to delete this Palisade soon. And these vills do not have Loom for Grinchy. Grinchy does not have Loom. That makes the Mangonel extra dangerous. This will be relying on that Mangonel to stop rewalling. This is actually not walled over here, now that you point that out. That vill's down. And if Lewis notices this, this is open. That's just a Palisade. Firebeer should have played flank and carried. There will be some stone walls behind this for no zombie, but that's giving up some map control. And again, this is important for the team to hold both of the pawns on this side of the map. Actually, the flank, Siscon going for the fish boom too. So Lewis not going to fish boom. He's actually just going to push and maybe give Siscon room to fish boom as the Portuguese. So how do you play this as the Portuguese? We saw Siscon go fast imp for monks in game 1. Could go fast imp as the Portuguese, and also then add in Fetorias for your eco. I feel like I've seen Andy do that in previous Rage Forests quite a bit. And the Mangonels will take down those walls, double stone walls behind this for No Zombie. No Zombie's still feudal though. His walls won't be as strong as Grinchy's. Only the 1080 HP walls for the next 90 seconds. And now, let's see, Lewis might take this wall down before heading through just to make the opening a bit larger. He'll be through. Outpost is there for Grinchy, and Lewis will move forward. Needs to be careful to keep the opening behind this large enough he can move Mangonels in and out. Yeah, so have the Spear and the Vil attack those two will be nice. And there's the defensive Mangonel for Grinchy, and he has to out-micro Lewis. And Lewis on 1 HP, it's all you need, survives. And where will the repairs come from? Nice micro from Lewis. Takes 2 Mangonels down, and still has his repair Vil forward. He'll start pushing the walls. And on the other side, we'll have another Mangonel push. Firebeer and Tulin. Lewis's team deciding to be very aggressive this game. That tower there from Tulin trying to open the walls up. Not much HP there. And this is maybe a difficult spot for ACCM if his pond gets pushed. As now Manuna's going for the defensive Mangonel. That's a very low HP wall. In fact, that's not even a built wall. That's just a foundation. And this is actually open now. The archer's in the tower there as Tulin's up. This side, we have more Mangonels. Ooh, a trade there. Grinchy finally getting a good trade. No Zombie continues to wall as Lewis continues pumping through more Mangonels. And Mangonel defense still going strong for Grinchy. He's holding Lewis out. Doing what he needs to do, even if Lewis may be taking a couple of good engagements. And who gets the repair Vil, though? That is huge. As no Zombie, somehow that Vil survives. The Mangonels didn't hit the Vil properly. Grinchy with 1 Mangonel. I mean, it is less clicking to micro 1 Mangonel than 3. Who takes a bit of a hit there, but clears a Mangonel. Doesn't lose his Mangonel. 6 HP left. Lewis dodging. Keeps his Mangonel alive. Those repair Vils have loom. We'll have a forward castle on the other side from Tulin. As all about the Mangonel micro. And Tulin is the Chinese. I mean, he has a tower there. I guess it doesn't matter with the castle, but he could consider guard tower. So does this mean Chuko News after this? We'll have a fortified church for ACCM. Georgians were his first pick. And he is booming with Churches in the eco, picking up relics. Churches boosting all the lumberjacks so we can pump out more fishing ships and fish traps. 18 fish traps, 5 docks, and 20 fishing ships for him. But here comes the castle. Mangonel's pushing the outpost. And now Siscon booming in this lake. He's up to the castle age, and he was feudal for a while. This might be a fast imp. Can he do it in time that Grinchy won't be able to help? It is kind of awkward maybe for the Dravidians if it is a monk push from Siscon, if they're going elephants.
Hola.
And if you're booming just to go skirms, feels like maybe not the best use of your boom. I suppose we could see Dravidian Light Cav. I like how the Vil and the Mangonel from different players both split there. A nice teamwork now from Siscon to repair Lewis's Mangonels. Siscon 30 seconds from castle. I want to see what buildings he does as he's up. So more walling from Menunez. Menunez has been consistently walling all of his games, doing everything he can to buy himself time. And the walls have been pretty crucial, preventing that cut in the previous game. All the mangoes and you're still down in score. That's Grinchy booming away more than Lewis is. And so far, so good. Fortified wall now for no zombie. Nice Mangonel shot from Grinchy. HP Mangonels. Mangonels all go down. And the Vil hit by another Mangonel. So there's the repair Vil forward. And this push is kind of stalling out a bit. Grinchy finally out-microing Lewis a bit there. Yeah, and Grinchy, he's fish booming. He's fish booming. He's got 28 fish traps in his pond. Siscon the scary player, though, as he is indeed up to imp. Both flanks, Tulin and Siscon up to imp. The castle's already forward for Tulin. Could do maybe another forward castle. Lots of monks for Menunez. Menunez doing a monk defense again. His eco is pretty similar to that of Tulin. But Menunez chose to play Lithuanians on the flank, so it's not going to be a boom into the Lechai, like we've seen so many times already. And this is because Lewis is not fish booming behind this. Yeah, if he could have done a fish boom at the same time as this, then he'd be closer. And that's maybe the key to the eco management from Grinchy, that he was able to fish boom at the same time. And maybe it doesn't need to be a huge fish boom, but maybe a second dock would have helped him. 8 fish traps could fit 3 more at that dock at least. Maybe a fourth in the quarters. You don't really need food for a Portuguese fast imp. Sharing a lake is not a thing. Oh, a wolf! A wolf killed a Vil! A wolf killed a Vil! Firebeer, I guess, sent a low HP Vil out to that lumber camp, lost a Vil. 27 minutes plus into the game. Well, here are the Chuko news. We'll have Imp also from Firebeer. ACCM up to Imp, though. He's doing Svan towers, and he's ready to hold for a while with the towers as the Georgians. And so far, no push on this side. There's Bracer for Tulin. Some ranges all up here for Siscon. Siscon trying to grab that relic. And will he do Fetorias now as the Portuguese? He's imp. There's immediate chemistry, leather archer armor. And will he do Fetorias? Look at this boom. Firebeer, 35 fish traps, 5 docks in this pond, doing everything he can to fit the docks. Traction Treb cut time from Firebeer? Could be, he's up to imp. He's doing Halb now, and he's making the traction trebs. So if he wants to cut, he's in a position to do so, but castles and walls are already in from ACCM and Menunez. There's another forward castle, but this does feel kind of slow compared to the booms the other team have managed to pull off. Overall Vil count much higher for ACCM's team. Folks would love some conversions on the crossbowmen. There's Siege Engineers and Onager for ACCM. As that house goes down, and this castle will go up. And Fortified church going down. So a bit of pressure here, some Xing in the middle, as it looks like Grinchy's gonna come to the west. Maybe try to play both sides. I'll get some mangonels over to the east. ACCM's score is so high, it's covering the tech. And look at all of these fortified walls from No Zombie. That's one thing ACCM's team has been good at. Also, Manuna's on the other side, making sure the walls prevent cuts. Oh, it's crazy how much walling they've had to do. But it's working, and it's slowing down the pushes while their pockets are booming. This wall about to go down, but we do have Manuna's up to Imp. Lewis, Imperial Age, and Cav, so he could be playing as a Cav sim. Onager shots on the Halbs, kill every single Halb. Oh, Firebeard lost all of the Halbs. Well, if he wanted to push, there goes the opportunity to push with the Halbs. Oh, that was a nice Onager shot. Get another one, maybe. Some splits there. Now he's splitting. Now he's getting to the Halbs. That's what he wanted originally, but he'll even lose a few more. Onagers are kind of tanky compared to the attack Halbs do. A lot of Truco news, but they haven't really been able to do too much against all those Onagers. This castle looks like it'll probably go down. On the other side, the cannon's still around as the hand cannoneers for Siscon are want to push, but they're against elephant archers now. ACCM's team slightly ahead in score, and that's just going to continue with the bigger boom they have if this push isn't fast. How did Traction Tribs do against elephant archers? Only 50 attacks, so not even that well. The Truco News hit by the Onager. Halb's getting cut down by the elephant archers in the castles. And, I mean, Grinchy's boomed with elephant archers. ACCM is boomed with Georgians. Zico will be powered by the fortified churches. And the Traction Trebs, I mean, they can hit the elephants a bit. And Onager destroyed by the Trebs. Keep arrow slits and siege Onager for ACCM. He's just clicking techs. On the right, Bombard Cannon against Elephant Archers. Grinchy's playing both sides with Elephant Archers. Trying to stop the cannon. Cannon are very expensive and not nearly as tanky as the Elephant Archers. Archers going down. Monk gets a conversion on the Elephant. Elephant's pushing forward as the Vills for Siscon have to pull back. Castle here will hit the elephants. Oh, we got some Traction Treb shots raining on the elephants. But not really doing enough damage to them. I mean, Bombard Cannon do 40 damage. And it still feels like that only tickles the elephants. Let's commit a 10th ace for Lewis. He'll have a lot of Cavaliers ready to run through, but they'll just be running right into Halbs and Spawn Towers. And also Siege Onagers. There is a quick university for Menunez to try to wall with. And Monk's in the back as the towers start going down. Lewis there with Cavaliers, but just running into Halbs and conversions. Well, micro Onagers too from ACCM. Use the resources view. Yep. So many useful stats that we unfortunately can't have all of them on the screen at once. Monks go down. Cavaliers push in. Theocracy from Menunez. Goes down to the Traction Trebs. And I mean, this is a lot of Traction Trebs. Both pockets from both teams over here. On the other side, things may be stalling out a bit. Just trying to micro with Bombard Cannon is Siscon. Build counts around 90, 85, 90 more for Team ACCM. Dave has a question. Do castles heal more HP when garrisoned than the TC? I don't actually know. That's a good question. I don't know if there's a stat for that. Oh, nice hit on the skirms. The difference is always more units like the Cav can garrison in the castles. But for stuff like you put a Halb or a Vil in one, I'm not sure. Now, hand cannoneer Halb, elephant pushing through. Traction trip defense from Firebeer. Monk cannon from Siscon, but that's not going to push all that fast. Yeah, time to test. We'll see if the next set starts right away. We can hop into the editor and test. Firebeer can't carry a 1v4. Firebeer's been top scorer every game as the pocket booming. He has a ton of traction trips, but even that many traction trips aren't helpful against the elephant archers. It feels like his team simply doesn't have an option for killing elephant archers. They don't have a siege onager civ. I mean, Chinese could go heavy rocket carts, but still no siege engineers. I guess they could do rocketry with that and try to push, but that still would require Tulin being up with an eco. Instead of just, I mean, he was trying to go Chuko News, but now is down to one castle. As the elephants push in. Just hit the Halbs. And as these trap shots rain on the elephants, you just don't do damage enough to really stop this. What other options do the Wei have? I mean, Onager, no siege engineers. Still heavy Scorpion, no siege engineers. You don't want to do that when there are Georgian siege onagers too. Some Xing over here is a bit of a cut from ACCM. But they're the GGs from Lewis's team. And there we have a 3-0 for ACCM. So maybe not surprising. But again, Lewis didn't have Acro play, and Acro's on vacation. Had to bring in Firebeer last minute as a substitution due to a scheduling conflict with the league. Some Xing over here from ACCM as he was cutting. That'll end up with a flare on the minimap as he leads his team to a 3-0 win. And honestly, maybe some risky Vil fighting, where Menunez, I think, lost a couple of Vil fights. But never really a situation where Team Lewis, even with forward walls, was able to capitalize on it. This map, not the most aggressive generation for them. And when they tried to push, a consistent theme for the flanks on ACCM's team has been great walling with fortified wall to stop the pushes from getting in and slow them down. So there is ACCM 193 kills, but Grinchy 319. And I'm still thinking ACCM's team. I think they were seeded number 7. This team feels kind of scary to me. So as long as Menunez can fight properly, Grinchy has been OP these games. No Zombie too. No Zombie's gonna be a real good player, I think. Sounds like Firebeer needs to be a starter. Alright, so next will be TeMo versus Viper. I know that there was a conflict with the league. I'm still not sure if Viper's playing. Let me just finish. I'll update this score with all of the wins that ACCM's team just got. And TeMo versus Viper is in-game. They are 15 minutes into game 1, so I'm just going to hop right into that. Try to just do ads as we're speeding up through the game. And let me just update my scoreboard and title and everything, and we'll get to that. TeMo, the higher seed even, against Team Viper. And TeMo versus Team Viper. I'll update my YouTube title too. Another set after this, yes. Where can I see the format of the tournament? Let me answer that. Just come over here. So Viper isn't playing this game. I don't know who was his first pick. I think it was Frost, right? I'll just put Frost up there on the scoreboard so it's not green and red. Grab a link to paste in the YouTube chat. Reminder, if you want to see the handbook or anything, I'll just paste that in Twitch too. You can head there. There's a donation link too. We have over $5,000 of donations that have come in from the tournament so far. Or from the community so far, which has been amazing to see. This is all just funded by the community. And I update my YouTube title. Viper versus TeMo. And here we are, speeding up to catch up in time. We will have TeMo's team to the west, Viper's team to the east, Viper's team with 4 pockets. Well, it looks like they've managed to wall off and get to a point where they're gonna be playing more towards the late game. Some deathmatch players. Maybe this will be super easy for the deathmatch players. As I was saying, they're playing on 1.7 speed instead of 2 times speed. Super slow and easy to micro, I'm sure. And oh, nice mangonel shots. Viper's team on top. Viper's team on top. Imagine Viper's team pulls off some wins without even having Viper playing. That would be some drama for the Seed 16 captain. There'd be non-stop trash talk from Viper after that. Viper wasn't even at the draft. Had to submit a preference list. This team got auto-drafted, essentially, based on his list. And here we are, with a good mangonel push in the north. This map itself has no ponds on it. And Zach is dying here. Zach's still feudal. Motastic up to the castle age. Zach is struggling. There's a 4TC boom from Rooster in the pocket. Rooster, what is that? That is Bulgarians. He is a conic. X in the middle. And scout down from Frost. They'll fertilize Abun Zuahalt's farms. Now, Abun Zuahalt, a player, doesn't really play much 1v1 or much ranked at all, but a very experienced Rage Forest player. Super early pick in the draft, despite the low elo. So a very curious player to see how he does. Much different skill set than some of the high elo players who have joined. Compared to, say, maybe Lewis in the previous set. Yeah, and now Mo has castle dropped onto Zach. Zach's still feudal, full stone walled in the corner. Scores flip back and forth, and TeMo has to hope the pockets on his team have gotten a good enough boom going that they can overcome the fact that their flank is 41 Vils and on the way up to the castle age right now, desperately using watchtowers and houses behind the stone walls to defend. So Treb War on the other side. Chittagni Cannoneers on the way for Abun Zuahalt. These are the Hindustanis. There'll be Aztec flank for Stake along with Frost as the... What even is that? I don't know. Is that the Woo? Can I click something and see what city? Oh, down here, the Woo. A Woo pocket. There you are. I'm figuring out the team game overlay. And I need unique units instead of civ icons to figure out what the civs are. It's the Woo. Well, he's saying woohoo with this push, I guess. I see right in the chat. Pushing into the barracks. Right here, still catching up to live time. Yeah, I guess we don't speed up as much now in this game. There is a castle from Rooster, 2 castles from Motastic moving forward. And the Trebs will take down that workshop. The Monks still trying to convert champions. And I think we're up to real time. There we are, 1.7x speed. The Treb push continues as this side starts to crumble too. TeMo's team now has to rely on their pockets. Rooster having a lower score than the other flank is a bit disconcerting, as Zach is trying to run some Vils. This is so confusing to me to see a player named Zach, because I just think about Zero Empires whenever I see that name. And some Trebs going for the TC. Albin Zuhalt gonna lose that TC. Viper's Monks getting a ton of conversions now on the hand cannoneers. I love Monks. Who doesn't? Viper benching himself. Maybe that's the key to know when to let your team take the win when you're the captain. TC down to the Trebs. Trebs hit the hand cannoneers. And the barracks will go down to Treb fire. Hand cannoneers down. Cannon hit the Trebs. And Cannon will destroy 2 Trebs. So Albin Zuhalt recovering a bit. Actually has a much higher score than Stake. And now you get to the point where the Wu pocket, I'm wondering what they do other than champions? Because you're against the Slavs, and Slavs will have Drazina champions, and then Shiitake hand cannoneers from Albin Zuhalt. But the other side needs to be pushed. Roman pocket from Kellar, he's trying to go for legionaries to push the Bulgarians. That should do well against the infantry, I think. I mean, lots of melee armor, but then the legionary should have bonus attack if I can click one. Yeah, +4 against infantry, and that'll ignore the bonus armor. They also have a charge attack. Or not the bonus armor, but the extra armor, I should say. And a composite bowman even taking down the siege. Hard part would just be getting Trebs enough to push the castle, but Kellar is pushing forward. And remember, these are deathmatch players, so late game is probably where they should be able to shine. Traction Trebs not destroying the cannon. Lots of Aztec monks for conversion here. And I think this side now needs to try to wall and hold as much as they can. They had a good push, but Albin Zuhalt's recovering now, getting some skirms. You all know skirms are the best unit in the game. I think the Wu late game comp should be good at holding. Interesting. I mean, we have Wu, their infantry heal, right? Every time they build a barracks, they get food. Oh, some nice shots there. Let's see. What other... They had fire archers, maybe? Yeah, infantry regenerate 30 HP per minute in Imp. I don't think that'll matter too much, though. I think Drazina champions will kill you fast enough that you're not really healing. Same with the hand cannoneers. Maybe it helps. I'm not really sure, but I would think Drazina would be the better bonus champion versus champion. But now, going into Aztec castles, that does maybe make Jaguar Warriors an interesting choice when you see it is champions from the pocket, but you're still worried about hand cannoneers. I mean, if you can get to, like, Jaguar Warrior, Siege Onager, Monk, that might be good as the Aztecs. And here we have Rooster still trying to hold. And this team just needs to get a bunch of Trebs out. So, wait, what is this? What is going on over here? We have Zach just trying to get to the side and boom. He's on 84 Vils in the Castle Age. Some Legionaries raiding him, though. And this is one of the most annoying things that can happen to you if you're booming and you're already dead and then you get raided. Because you're in the Castle Age and you yourself have nothing that can stop the raid. I was worried for a moment there might be some type of sneaky cut over here, but looks like that's not the case. The Onager should go down. That workshop a bit tricky. But at the very least, Zach has gotten a couple of TCs over to the other side, so he's booming. And lots of... Oh gosh, that's 9 Trebs. TeMo is not trickle trebbing as his team takes the score lead. Rooster is still holding. And I think Frost's in a lot of trouble here trying to go champions against the Slavs. I don't know what else the Wu could do, but I think he's in trouble. Although maybe those Trebs are a bit exposed. They get 2 castles. It's a lot of champions from Frost. It all depends on which team pushes more. No human can micro Jaguars, Monks, and SO. Sounds like Sato needs to practice. Yeah, I guess Boyars would destroy that, too. Alright, now the other Sibs over here. Wu has a pocket is interesting. They don't feel like a good pocket to me. What regular infantry bonuses does Wu even get? That they heal. And Legionaries now. I mean, these Bulgarian two-handed swordsmen have been holding like crazy. And I worry that Stake, yeah, he has 133 Vils. Is he able to contribute really anything as the Aztecs here? Oh, nice Siege Onager shots. And with the Siege Onagers, it feels like Rooster is even winning on this side somehow, winning the 1v2. What is Motastic? Motastic has 3 military. Is he just slinging? What is Motastic doing? I don't see anything in the chat, whatever that's not moving. Do I have sling notifications on? I should, yeah. Whereas the Sneck? Sneck is playing the League. He might join his team later. Man, it feels like Rooster is holding 1v2. And Motastic here maybe thinking of pushing Zach. But where is Zach's Imp TC? The Imp TC is the safe one. Aztecs losing some skirms to the fight. There they gotta go at lateral skirms where they don't have the final armor either. And the team trying to add markets now. Not the cleanest trade route, but it'll get the job done. Another castle from Kellar. As he's being pushed back. And some of these forward castles that were in Zach's base, somehow Zach has stayed alive this whole game. And now the civs. Bulgarians, Hindustanis, Slavs feel a lot better late game. Malians may be the weakest late game civ, but they're the most dead player. Aztecs, Wu, Romans, Armenians. And here comes Centurions from the other side from Kellar to help. Nothing immediately to deal with that, although Hindustanis still have camels as an option. Of Rams there, Slavs will have Drazina Halbs. So both players individually, at least against the Centurions, have a unit that can deal with it. Piper can be proud of his team no matter what. And man, this is crazy. It felt like they were in such a good position. Zach was dead. The South was pushing. But no panic from TeMo's team. They just pulled back. Saved Zach. He ran Vils. And now they have a composition that can't be stopped in the South. Yeah, the Aztecs are the only Siege Onager civ. And when you're the flank, you're not really in a position to make the Siege Onagers. Now, the Centurions here should help out, but they're not boosting any other units like they would the Legionaries. And they I think, will die to Drazina champions too. This is maybe idealistic, but wouldn't things be a bit better if, like, instead of the Wu doing the champions, the Aztecs with Garland Wars were doing champions, and then the Wu were doing the skirmishers? I guess maybe at lateral skirms have more attack, so maybe they're better. But the Wu could go at, like, actual archer units instead of skirmishers. Just don't do skirms. Well, they are pushing back a bit. I'm just super worried about how Rooster has been able essentially to 1v2 this side with Bulgarians. And here comes a ram push filled with two-handed swordsmen. I need some Jaguar warriors against the Bulgarians, I guess. Sing everything else to Aztecs. Yeah, do deathmatch tournaments have any slinging? Okay, so how will these Onager shots go? Legionaries destroying the Rams, some Centurions getting to the Siege Onagers, and the Siege Onager from the rear, Rooster destroys his own Siege Onagers. And all of a sudden, Kellar has some momentum here. These Trebs are a bit exposed now. But some hand cannoneers out for the Malian player. Those will be able to help deal with the Legionaries. It is a charge of Centurions, though, swapping the unit composition around. And both sides stalemating a bit. I'm worried also Armenians late game. They can do composite bowmen, but what else do they do? Another champion civ, maybe. As the Legionaries can take down the Trebs. And Rooster leaving his Trebs out to dry. And there's Motastic. Looks like he wants to go champions. So extra melee armor versus extra HP. What's better? Probably... Oh, wait, converted Onager destroys hand cannoneers. This is now a good push from Kellar at the top. Motastic getting a bit involved with the champion upgrade on the way. Siege Engineers, oh, that hasn't been in. Hard to push with Trebs if you don't have Siege Engineers. That's a huge upgrade. At the south, though, lots of skirms. We all know how good skirms are. Stake doesn't really have... How many castles does Stake have? Just one. So Jaguar warriors aren't really an option for him. mean, he's trying to go at Lattice skirms against champions. I mean, he only has 14 trade cards. If he could get somehow to Aztec champions, I think that'd be a better composition. I just look at this side and I think Wu Arb plus Aztec champion would be better. Can they all be? That's true. Every single one can be champions aside from the Romans, right? We go to Aztec, Ru, Armenian champions, all with bonuses, and then Romans do legionaries. But then we have Chautauqua hand cannoneers and Malian hand cannoneers on the other side, so that would probably get destroyed. Maybe the downside of this team in Imp is that their best option everywhere is the champion. So the Rooster's got to be careful with those siege onagers. He's doing a lot of damage to himself. Because it's Viper's team. Actually, I should change the score. This is Team TeMo, and this is Team the Viper. Viper's off playing the League right now. Kind of unfortunate for the scheduling that the League announced their schedule after they'd already scheduled for RF. And it feels like slowly but surely, Elite Boyars now dominating this side. Alright, I don't think there's a unit that stops Elite Boyars here. I don't know if I've ever seen them elite before, but they look nice and fancy with their capes and their golden horse armor. And that is a lot of trebs, 9 trebs. That's something we never really saw early on in the push when Rooster was holding by this one castle. Feels like that one castle goes down and he could have been flooded, but castle stayed up the whole time. And Zach's back. The good thing for him is he only needed hand cannoneers to be useful. It's not like he needed a huge boom to get to a power unit. Trebs go down. Cannon hit the Trebs. Skirms. Now, Skirm versus Boyar. Okay, yeah, Garland Wars champions probably wouldn't be useful against Boyars anyway. The only thing the Aztecs really have there would be monks. We're getting Halb now from Frost, but those will die even harder to the champions. And this side collapsing. They're still hoping for a push in the north. I still feel like Motastic isn't able to contribute. And Vicus AoE, thank you for the follow. I still feel like Zach now actually is contributing more with the hand cannoneers than Motastic was able to earlier. And oh, nice onager shot. And yeah, now that's Siege Onager, right? And you're against Siege Onagers in a choke point. What are you gonna do against that? What are you gonna do against that? The launching cows technique? I think that was a cheat code in AoE 1. You could make your catapults launch cows. Was Rooster's side doing better 1v2 than 2v2 now? Honestly, maybe. It was better when Rooster wasn't mangonelling his own team. That's a lot of Centurions. I think Kellar's goal is just to debate Rooster into mangonelling his own army. And getting the siege onager shots hitting his own troops. So down here, the hand cannoneers pushing forward. Hard cannon. Destroying the workshop. Skirms hitting the hand cannoneers. The traction trebs are there, hitting the army of TeMo. And TeMo's pushing in. Now, but here's the question, though. Here's the question for Viper's team. How long can they hold? Because if they're waiting for Viper to finish his league games and come back, they might just try to hold game 1 as far as possible and wait for Viper to arrive. I need to go like alt tab. Is someone streaming Onamaru games in the league? Let's see. What's the score there? I see Vitality versus ROR. I see Onamaru versus Wonders. What's that? What team is Vanguard? That's not Viper's team though. It's the other team, right? I don't know. I don't even see these games being played. Oh, and Hippo. Oh my gosh. It's nice to see you. Thanks for
I
the sub.
hear the growl of the jaguar. Is this a bad omen?
Thank you so much. Oh, Viper 130. He's on Capybaras. Okay, so Viper's done. He can hop on the next game, I guess. His team's still trying to hold. I don't think there's much of a chance left for them. Thank you so much for the sub, Hippo. Hope you're feeling better too. I know you had a concussion the other month, so I hope you're feeling much better at this point. Yeah, they're waiting for Viper to arrive like Gandalf. Unfortunately, Viper can only arrive in the next game. He can't come down the hill by Helm's Deep in this game. Yeah, stay hearing no growl of any Jaguar, unfortunately. Not having the Jaguar warriors. He's trying to do Siege Onager. Okay, this team has one last desperate attempt of Siege Onager. They're cutting, though. Motastic cutting. He has Armenian champions. He's getting into the wood line of Zac at the north. And wait 1 minute. Because they're getting next to the trade. Maybe there's an opportunity to destroy the market, stop the trade. Zac trying to do defensive towers. He's doing some guard towers as the Malians to keep the trade safe. If this is Caravanserai's in the trade, too, so super good late game trade. You gotta remember Caravanserai is the Hindustani and Persian Civ bonus, where they can add the buildings that when you're near them, they boost the trade. Where they make the trade faster. They also heal the trade carts. I don't know if... Oh yeah, I can click on it and it shows... if I turn range indicators on and I click on it, it shows... You'll see the trade carts are speedier. What's that? 1.81 speed to 1.5 while they're in range of the Caravanserai. And they'll also heal 60 HP per minute. So if you just raid and you don't kill the trade carts, they'll heal up, which is kind of annoying if you're trying to kill trade. Champion's not really the best trade raiding unit anyway, but they are destroying the market. Rebuilding the market, though, is Zac, and he's trying to hold on to this area with the towers. Some champions are still there, but he's got the Hand-Cannoneers back. And, oh, look at this. Look at this. Motastic has cut all the way to the corner like he's playing Amazon Tunnel to get another market up. Abin Zuhal keeps pushing. Wherever the Siege Onager upgrade was for Stake, it apparently didn't finish, as he still has only normal Onagers. He has Siege Engineers, but didn't get that upgrade. Must have lost the workshop. And Treb's going down for TeMo. TeMo score up by 5k score. Still, I don't see a way for this side to deal with the elite Boyars. Nice shots, though. As a thought experiment, how do Boyars do against Centurions? I would think the Boyars win that. I'm not even sure if Kellar could make a unit that would help this side. Now, the champion push from Motastic still continuing. But those Hand-Cannoneers are so annoying, and there's no Siege Onager. And both sides for TeMo's team able to go Hand-Cannoneer Siege Onager. Isn't it a glorified Cavalier? Well, it does boost your Legionaries somewhat. It is a pretty good Cav unit if you can get a lot of them, but they're hard to produce with all the castles and whatnot you need. He's showing those farms who's boss. TeMo is showing those normal Onagers who's boss. Also showing his own teammates Skirms who's boss. Big is the charge attack. Do we have any Centurions left? Oh wait, with Legionaries. So Legionaries with committed Tenseis themselves get a charge attack. I'm not sure how much the Centurions boost, actually. Do we get a description? Increases movement and attack speed. So it doesn't actually increase the attack, it increases the attack speed of the Legionaries. Let's see, attack reload time 1.67. Oh, great. Yeah, 1.67, it's next to a Centurion. And this guy's kind of by himself. It's the same. +5 charge attack with the Castilier. That's from committed Tenseis, though. That's... Oh, the charge attack on the Centurion. What does they have themselves have? Yes. I thought you were asking how much do they boost the Legions. Yeah, they themselves get the charge attack +5, yeah. So many things this unit does. Hard to keep track of them. Yeah, but honestly, yeah, give credit to the team. They're holding for a while. And they're still trying to raid, but, I mean, Champion's not the best trade raiding unit when there are hand cannoneers around here. So market's still up for Zach. And Mangonel. We see Johninger going for the archers. Ooh, nice hits on those units, and there are the GGs. And Team TeMo takes a win. We'll see if Viper's around next. But honestly, that was a super close game. Zach had been almost defeated early on, stuck in the corner. He was feudal while the other side was imp. And Viper's team, seed number 16, without their captain, almost takes a game against TeMo here. And Albin Zuhalt, 900 kills. He was pushed really hard in early imp, but never fully died. And I don't know if this was the best unit composition for Stake and Frost, but I also don't know what you do with Aztecs and Wu against Hindustanis and Slavs. They had a really strong early push, but just not enough to kill them. And most res collected from the Slavs, expect that from their farming bonus, 71k food. And then late game, they have Hindustanis for the Caravanserai trade. And if you don't get that early push, I think that those civs are much better. Power of DM, okay. Okay, so I think Viper is ready to go now. And update the score, and I'll also find their draft. Give me a moment, I'll get this sorted, and Viper is gonna hop on. Let me see, do we have a link to their draft? I think Samero posted it. Lovely. And here we go, draft table. And what were those civs? That was Team Viper. Oh, they just used some of their low-pick civs. Romans, Aztecs, Armenians, and Wu. So waiting for Viper to come back, they left all the good civs for Viper. And that was then Slavs, Bulgarians, Malians, and Hindustanis. So some good civs used for TeMo. What are the chances now, chat, that Viper comes back and leads his team to a 2-1 victory? Why isn't Viper streaming? Because he is taking this tournament very seriously. And he's here to win. Indeed, Lunar. Given the pick priorities and lack of Viper, that felt like a super good game. Yeah, big brain play picking the low civs. And they're in the lobby for the next one. And welcome in also. Reminder, we're also streaming on YouTube if you want to watch there too. And you can also check out the event handbook. Is my identical stream there? No, that is actually me streaming on both. And again, thank you Hippo for the sub during that game. And, you know what? Dave asked a question earlier. Do castles heal more than TCs? Let's see, there's Viper in the lobby. We'll remember to test that at some point. I don't think there's a rate that controls that. I guess there has to be, because obviously Khmer houses don't heal. Let me see if I can open up the Genie editor and think about that while we're waiting. So clearly the top civ's less for Viper. Turks as a flank. Saracens probably as a pocket. Portuguese as a flank for him. Then Burmese and Tupi as flanks. Yeah, for Viper it looks like Turk, Portuguese, Burmese, Tupi flanks. Then Saracen, Jurchen, Bengali, Frank pockets. However they want to split those civs up, that looks pretty clear to me. TeMo, often, also just like ACCM's team, prioritizing Georgians. Also Sicilians is a pretty high pick. Those are likely 2 pockets. Then Dravidians, we've seen how scary those elephant archers are. Chinese random at the end. I usually see them as a flank. Is that Berbers? Yeah, I think Berbers also a flank. Wei Muisca. Ingajurs. How you use them, I'm not sure. Or Bengali flank and Turk pocket. That could work too. That could work too. I'm thinking Bengalis want to be pocket for the elephant archers, but they could also be flank for the monks. And let's see, they're still in the lobby. I'm not seeing a quick stat that tells me how fast stuff heals. And now the Sneck can turn the tide, carry his team. So the lineup looks like it'll be Viper, Frost, Kellar, and Stake. Motastic gonna be swapped out for Viper. And I can see the colors, not in the game yet, of course, but I can see the colors. The colors will give us the positions, so it'll be up here. Abun Zuhalt with TeMo as his pocket, same as last game, then Zack and Rooster on the other side. For Viper's team, it'll be Viper as Frost's flank, and Stake as Kellar's flank. And up there we go, launching in. Hydration breaks for the World Cup, yeah. The hydration breaks. And here we are, Team TeMo versus Team the Viper. And they're going to call a restart immediately. Up because of a trapped pond. So, restart there. I can, however, put just the score in Viper. I'll keep the captain's color as their color on the scoreboard, I think. That'll be the least confusing for me. An eye hydration break. That's true. Viper needs his eye hydration breaks. I hope he's feeling better from his eye surgery. I know in Brazil he was not feeling well at all. I know that when he got to the playoffs and was on stage, did not do well with being under the stage lights. And right after, he was talking about how he basically couldn't see anything on the screen. And that he had a very limited field of view, and he had to like focus on one area and then constantly dot around and not have the peripheral vision to see after the eye surgery. But hopefully he's feeling better. It's been a while after the surgery, but I guess it can still take a while to recover from it. I've never had it myself, but I can tell that my vision is getting worse as I age. It's like if every time you advance to the next stage, your line of sight decreases, like the opposite of Town Watch. Alright, so there they are launching again. Here we go. Yeah, it can last 3 to 6 months. And especially for him, where he constantly has to look at a computer screen, probably will make it harder to recover. Alright, and here we go. It didn't maintain my color. So there we go. Viper. We'll have TeMo in the green, Viper in the red. Again, getting this African variant. Gotta look very carefully on the minimap to see the roads here. You can't see them, but gotta be extra sure you know where you're walling. Gives you the glasses tech. So, Lion there for Steak. That'll be a bit tricky for him. We'll have Steak versus Abunzuhalt in the north, then Viper versus Zach in the south. Viper's team, it'll be Portuguese and Turk flanks, Frank and Saracen pockets. Nice little wall on the Lion there. Ooh, delete the wall, let the Lion attack that Vil. Yeah, Steak can now unleash the Lion if he wants to on Abunzuhalt's Vils. And he'll do it right there. Yeah, he's gonna unleash the Lion. He'll try to wall farther back, maybe? Maybe that was a premature uncaging of the Lion? Yes, it was. Oh, he'll just fight it with the Vils. Oh, no. When he blinks, you can hear the scratching sound. That is disturbing. Those rhinos there are also ready to be involved. Yeah, Viper's side is very weird. He's super open. There's this passage up and down the middle. This is a tricky Black Forest map to play. It looks like it's 2 ponds per team. The pond here for TeMo is crazy in its shape. It's got 4 fish there. That is crazy. Is it 4 fish every pond? No, it's different numbers of fish slightly. So 3, 4 fish there. So a couple of extra fish in the ponds for TeMo's team. And looks like Steak will get his wall up. But now, what does Viper do with this map? What does he do? Zach's gonna get the most forward wall he could ever get. Zach's map is just crazy with how far forward it goes, but he has lots of room to wall. And there is a pond there, and a pond by Viper. So, I mean, the teams kind of have what they want, each of their pockets having a fish boom. Frost goes here, Keller goes here, TeMo here, and then Rooster here easily. And Abunzuhalt gets the super forward wall, but we'll see how aggressive the teams will be on this map. Viper looking to wall up here against Rooster. The pocket did commit a Vil to walling, but kind of had to there. Now, the question then is now, where does Abunzuhalt wall? Does he go all the way down here? And would he aggressively consider trying to go for a sneak dock? And will Viper lure 6 rhinos? Wait, will Viper lure 9 rhinos all at once? That's a house, not a mill. Alright, Viper. Viper, what is your eyesight like? Can you see all of these rhinos? If there's one person who will lure all 9 of them with an injured Vil, it's Viper. Oh, he's gonna go the easy way. Gonna grab 3 of them. Has to maybe worry about microing this Vil to fight. He's going forward while luring the rhinos. So if he does all 9, he's only getting 3. Maybe he'll take them in different groups, though. Does have to make sure he's walled. Has to avoid that Lion. And he's gonna try to quick wall, keep the Vil safe. Viper should be fine there, keeping the Vil safe. But with a Vil fight now, he has to be careful. That's a very low HP scout. He could kill the villager. This will be close. At the same time, he's microing. He has all rhinos under the TC. And the Vill's trying to run away. Abunzuhalt manages to wall the Vill, but Frost Scout breaks through the palisade. Viper will give chase, as he has a lot to think about walling now. Here comes the Scout from Abunzuhalt, but that's weak too. Here comes Viper's Scout. That Scout really isn't weak. Still a good bit of HP there. Now, this Vill could try to re-wall, and nice micro from Frost to get less HP on Abunzuhalt's Scout. Even with the Camel Scout, this should be a good setup for Viper. Has to remember not to run into that lion on the way back. And I'm sure he would love to have both of his walling Vills somehow wall and lure the rhinos on their way back, but I don't think that's going to work out for him given the HP situation. Here's Abunzuhalt walling. Viper will just wall here. I mean, maybe it will. He's got to be really good with this lure now, but the Vill with low HP could do it. If there's a greedy player who will try to do it, it will be the Viper. He is Portuguese on the flank. Oh, and he has to wall the lion before then going for the rhinos. And he does get... That lion didn't even attack the Vill. Okay, he got one hit. Is he going for it? He has to go for it. He's got the Scout there to block. Easy. Easy for Viper here. Yep, there he goes. And he's gotten 3 of them. So, sometimes you get a good map, sometimes you get a bad map, sometimes you get a mixture of both. And Viper, he will take the pond too. How greedy is this? These will be... He had 2 rhinos by his TC. Remember, rhinos have 400 food instead of the 340 of a boar. He's got to be careful. 2 more hits left on that Vill. He had 2 by the TC. He's getting another 3. Now he's getting an additional 3. So that'll be 8 so far. And he can get up to 11 if he brings the next group. And he'll get them under the TC successfully. And, yep, there he goes. And the Viper, there's never enough greed. And actually, interestingly enough, Keller as the Franks is not going to fish boom. It'll be Frost as the pocket and Viper as the flank. And for the other team, it will be clearly just the 2 pockets. So they're fine. Viper has this, and he's going to double wall this with Palisades. 19 HP on the Vill, but he and Frost both have their scouts over here. Wait, is Frost going to take those? Oh, Frost is going to take those rhinos. All right. Well, same thing. His team will get the rhinos, unless that Vill's going to dock. But where's that Vill has to go for the rhinos. Lion there has to be careful of. Yeah, and maybe the problem with the fast imp for the Portuguese here would be if he gets over through this wall, it would be a difficult and long push to go all the way to Zach's base. Oh, this map is absolutely crazy. But that's why I love Rage Forest. We get these crazy generations, and you got to figure out how to play them. The passages make it so tricky to get in the right spots sometimes. And up another triple lore here. Rhinos and an elephant here from Kellar. We have a mixture of animals there. I did mix the animals up a bit, so it's not always the same animal repeating. Map scripts are actually bugged, and I tell it 50-50 probability, but it doesn't do that. And I don't know if I want to... It's just a cosmetic animal thing, so it doesn't really matter. And I don't know if I want to actually fix it and make the probabilities equal in case they actually do fix their bug. But maybe one day they fix their 50-50 in the map engine and it becomes 50-50. I did the script for Rage Forest. Yep. Of course, it started as Black Forest, and I think various people, mostly gentle, had done edits to Black Forest originally to try to balance stuff. And since I think it was Rage Forest 4 or 5, I had started doing some more edits to the script after that. There have been some murmurs about the lake spawns. That's always gonna happen, though. It's the same as it's been for the past few versions. I think in some sense we've balanced most of the rest of the map to the point where the lakes now are the most outstanding thing to notice. I have heard some complaints about consistency of woodline distances to the TC. But that's also something I haven't adjusted since, like, Rage Forest 5. That's kind of the extra hard thing about figuring out how to balance the 4v4 maps, especially with Rage Forest, is that there are limits to what we can do. And you always kind of gotta figure out, are the complaints that people have legitimate issues? Or is it just like one or two somewhat awkward spawns? Nope, the spawns are random. It just uses the original game's placement algorithm. So it's no circle radius either. It's not like they're in a circle like it is for many of the DE maps. So clear fish boom here for Rooster. 1, 2, 3 TCs. And it'll be 2 TCs there for TeMo. 2 TCs for Frost with the pond. 1, 2, 3, 4 TCs for Kellar, who will, of course, have the free heavy plow as the Franks. And can get a good boom as the Franks. So Viper going for a forward castle. Looking at his resources, doesn't look like a fast imp for him. Just gonna go organ guns, and well, he can see, if he looks at the mini-map and sees the straggler trees, or just looks at the actual map, sees the straggler trees in the fog of war, sees the road, he'll know exactly how far away Zach's TC is. And Zach will do a workshop even behind the stone walls to defend against organ guns. Forward? Well, forward in terms of it's by the walls. It's not a back castle. And this town watch for him for more line of sight. And then the flank here, Zach contributing to more stone walls up the middle there. Ville's attacking a lion in the north there for stake. And, well, Berbers will be against Turks for the late game. Only 2 TCs for stake, so stake might try to go imp faster. Georgians the pocket for TeMo. Monaspas have a lot of armor. I'm not sure how they'll fare against Frank Paladins, though. And Georgians... probably your Halb SO Civ more than your Cav Civ. But I guess you could play them either way. Gurjurs and Berbers together, though, for some camel bonuses. Those will be nice. Remember, if the Berbers do research Maghrebi camels, they regenerate 15 HP per minute. Is that still a team bonus? That used to be... I forget if that was intended to be a team bonus or not. Because Kaspa's the team bonus. It used to be if you researched that, every single camel in the game, friend or foe, would regenerate HP. I'm not sure if it's only Berbers now. You're saying, no, it's only Berbers. Okay. I always mix that up because it used to be bugged. And it used to affect enemy camels, too. You'd make the enemy camels heal. Back in the HD edition. Yeah, that was definitely a bug. Yeah, Genitors is the team bonus. So is Kaspa. I was thinking they had everything a team bonus. Because the other tech, Kaspa, the team castles work faster. That's the tricky thing about the bonuses. You don't just need to know them, you need to know the state of the bug fixes of them. So Viper's pushing, but Zach is just playing some good fat slobstone walling down this passage. Also, good camel civs against the Saracens. Camel civs tend to counter Mamluks, because the Mamluks won't do their bonus damage against the camels, only against normal cavalry. And there's block printing on the way for Zach as the Muisca, looking to go monks. What's their late game monk tech tree looking like? They got the full monastery, and their monks get their monk juice back faster. Also free caravan, so they can start trade early for gold for the monks. And also gold sources last longer, so if they want to just go infinite monks with their gold, it's a civ to do it. Against the Portuguese, not necessarily the worst option. Counters the organ guns and helps out against their cannon. So in terms of vills, the fish booming player is super far ahead. And that does make me worried for Georgians against the Frank pocket. As I imagine the Frank... I was going to say, I imagine the Frank pocket has to push this side where the Turks are. But then Stake is walling everything. Maybe anticipating a push from the Georgians, a cut? Yeah, Viper only 1 dock and 12 fishing ships. Not really taking advantage of the pond. I still think they needed to go Frost here. And Keller onto this pond. And then if Viper wants to do 1 dock, sure. Frost can fish around him. Sharing a pond is always kind of awkward, though. And here come the monks from Zach. So Zach, the first player to imp, going for the monks. Viper booming behind this, though. And he could just go maybe Arbs and Cannon as a Trebs forward. He is up now. Yeah, a bit early to wall like that for stake, right? Shows what they're doing. I mean, a bit early because you don't know that the Onager push is going to be here anyway. And, I mean, the way these walls work out, the cut could still come down the middle to here. What? And then market positions, Keller doing the markets in the middle. That way you can start your trade and have half of the distance for the first trip. I mean, Viper's team is seed 16 with Viper, based on the ratings of all the other captains, so. On the paper, he does have the weakest team. His team is all up to imp. Looks like Albin Zuhalt has the Berber, still be booming. Only 41 Vils for Zach, so if Viper can hold this, he'll be okay. Part of me is thinking, had this been a fast imp from Viper, he'd be Fatoria eco against another fast imp, and could win that in the long run. And what's on the way here from Rooster? Rooster not immediately following up, but TeMo coming this side. They're going to be 3 players over here. But if it is 3v3, if Viper's team has the timing right, they should be able to win that if Viper can out-amass the units produced by Zach. 16th out of 16, yes. The seedings were not kind to Viper. Monks want to convert the organ guns as the castle crumbles and the Vils are forced back. And some houses will go up here for Viper, as now his castle's down. He's being pushed, and he is going for barracks as the Portuguese against now monks. So Viper is anticipating the attack from the pockets, and he's going to try to go halb against the camels. He doesn't have the pikeman upgrade, though. What is Viper doing? He needs to upgrade his spears if he's going to do this. Alright, well, there's a forward castle from Brewster. Viper might lose his barracks. The Portuguese do have heresy. But, okay, the monk's going to stop converting, as there's a castle from Frost. Castle protecting the pond. I know Viper wants his fish. Elite Mamluks. But Frontier Guard camels should be good against the Mamluks. And plus 12 against cavalry. But again, camels here do not have cavalry armor. So no bonus attack from the Mamluks. And now with a huge melee armor Frontier Guards comes in, they should resist a lot of that attack from the Mamluks. So I'm not sure if this is the right unit composition, but it's what they're going for. They'll have Keller here with light cav, but thinking of attacking monks with light cav. Pikeman out for Viper. But Pikeman forward now from TeMo has the Georgian pocket. On the other side, Stake is pushing with Bombard Cannon. And if Kaspa comes in, that'll be a great upgrade for the team, make all the unique units faster. I don't think they're really going for the unique units though, but with the forward castle, maybe some chakram throwers get added in against the halb line that Viper's trying to do. Bring Mo back. If you upgrade the spears, enemy monks get stronger. Oh, that's true. Trying to convert. Scores are still pretty close. Viper needing to get cannon galleons on the pond. camels everywhere for Rooster, as he has such a good boom from the fish, and there's no real unit to fight them. Mamluks are not the unit to fight Gujura heavy camels. There's Siege Onager. And Mamluks do count as camel units. It's so weird that camels, 0 camel units, but then they're not cav. But they have an attack bonus against camel units that the Mamluks don't. So if camels close the distance, they will kill the Mamluks pretty easily. And there's Paladin from Kellar. What's Paladin gonna do against Gujura heavy camels? He's trying to kill monks with light cav, but the light cav, they're melting to the camels. Spawn towers going up for TeMo. Does he have the unique tech? Yep, he does have spawn towers. And Zach's push so far has been great. Viper 100 Vils. Maybe could add Victorias if he needs to reboom. But Zach, now he's done his job with the monks, he's going to start adding in more TCs. On the other side, it'll be camel archers, which may be tricky for the Turks to deal with, honestly. I mean, they have good gunpowder and good cav archers, and camel archers should deal with both of them. So castle down to all the trebs from Zach. And now Mamluks, still no frontier guards. That's the one thing TeMo really is missing there. Also Kshatriyas to make his camels cheaper. He can still do unique techs. Doesn't need him with how well he's pushing, though. Oh, converted cannon galleon. And now Viper has lost his fish. He's lost the cannon galleon. His Kshatriya is on the way. The camels will be cheaper now. Rooster will keep pushing. The siege is there. And I think this is all over. Viper dying slowly. I think Viper is dying quickly. And Viper didn't even manage to run Vils. He might get a single Vil out. Okay, he'll get a couple of Vils out. Or he'll run them into Halbs. He's trying to do workshops. It's down to 92 Vils. Paladin does nothing against Halb Camel. And Zach doesn't need army, he just needs the siege. Frees up his pockets just to do the siege onager. And yeah, I mean, this all started with the very forward walls from Zach, right? If Viper had been more aggressive fighting for the walls, then he could have done several layers of stone walls. That push would have been slower. And maybe the Civ composition still kills them. But a different game. You could have seen Viper aggressively fighting for the walls, and then maybe the Portuguese fast imp push works. Oh my gosh, Viper is down to 37 Vils. He managed to run some. He needs to run farther away. And there's the GG. And TeMo's team goes up 2-0. And to be honest, the first game with the very last Civ picks without Viper was far more competitive from Team Viper. Oof, indeed. Alright, so let's go. So that was Georgians, Gujurs, Muisca, and Berbers. So the final civs will be Dravidians, Sicilians, Chinese, and Wei for Team TeMo. And Viper lost with their first two picks, Saracens, Turks, Portuguese, and Franks. So that was rough for them. Anyway, I will be right back. And then we'll get game number 3 going if I update this scoreboard properly. Stay tuned. Why didn't he add 5 layers of stone wall? Probably needed to. Or 5 layers of palisade wall earlier on. Viper likes migration map. Well, he had to do some migration there, but a bit too late for him. It looks like they're playing Rage Forest in the 3v3 now, too. And as far as I'm aware, they did keep my change that the docks will not shoot arrows or allow for garrisoning the fishing ships. And let's see, lobby there. And it'll be Motastic coming on. So it'll be Stake, Motastic, Frost9, and the Viper for his team. Thank you,
Defeat
Spinham,
my
for the sub.
champion in combat, Rodrigo Diaz de Vivar, and I will give you command of my army. Let the tournament begin!
Viper needs to be pocket and Kellar flank. I don't know. I don't know if Viper can actually play on his team without being the flank. But looking at the colors, he is pocket now. He is player 6. I'll show you what they brought Motastic on to be the flank. So here we have it. Viper and Frost will be the pockets. Stake and Motastic the flanks. So no more Kellar. No more Kellar. He's off. Viper is being the pocket. So thank you very much, Spinham, for the sub. Appreciate the support. And let's see, are they gonna launch? Been in the lobby for a while. They're still figuring out their civs and everything, I guess. Now, that's the downside of 4v4, is they all take a long time to launch and get going. Everyone's in the roster. TeMo, or everyone's in the lobby. TeMo needs to pick his color. He's blue along with Abendzuhalt. What I see. Needs to go his green. Unless they want to swap things up, but they're looking like they're ready to go. Almost. And for the civ composition now, Tupi are flank. And for Viper's team, I guess it's Jurchen, Bengali, Pockets. Jurchen, Bengali, Pockets, Burmese, Tupi flanks. For Team TeMo, I would guess Chinese and Wei flanks, then Sicilian, Dravidian, Pockets. The Wei flank I've seen for traction trips quite a bit for the early tuts. And maybe you put then Wei on the same side. Well, Sicilians are going to be... Now, that's interesting, because usually you have one pocket that's Halbonager and another that is Cav. Dravidians really are not a Cav civ, so they'd be the Halbonager, but Halbonager is usually what Sicilians want to do. They can't go Halberd Cavaliers. They could go Sergeants. Unless Wei are the pocket for TeMo's team. And actually, they will be. Okay, interesting. Interesting. So Wei will be the pocket for TeMo as we load in. And here we are. I know Viper's usually yellow, but I'll keep him there because he's the captain. So Team TeMo to the northwest, Team Viper to the southeast. It'll be a 2-pond map. Viper's team at least has ponds for both pockets. And this time Viper will be the purple pocket. And he'll get a free fish boom. And he's the Tupi pocket. Okay, so it's Burmese and Bengalis on the flanks. Jurchens and Tupi in the pockets. It's a fairly open map on both sides. And immediately Motastic getting a forward wall and a bit of a lame. But I don't think that Rhino comes in with a pocket scout from TeMo coming over. Viper with the Champy scout is going to take a while to get there. And Motastic will sacrifice that Vil. Did he delete his own wall to try to save his scout? Yeah, he wanted to save his scout. He's going to try to kill Abunzuahalt's scout. The Champy coming over. But the Vil getting blocked. Motastic does not want to go down 2 Vils right away in the wall-off war. You don't want to be down 2 Vils when your populations are at 9 for the highest player. Oh, and here's the Champy. A Champy from the pocket takes so long to get there. And Motastic wanted that forward wall, but I don't think you can do that when the Champy is your pocket scout. The Champy's there for the moral support. And it will be the Wei against the Tupi. So poison damage late game for the Blackwood Archers does feel maybe a bit tricky for the Wei to deal with, where they're relying more on pierce armor than HP, and the poison damage will ignore the armor. But still feels rough for the Tupi. The Wei should have a good boom. The only downside is if this team from TeMo wants to get both pockets with a pond, they'd need TeMo to come here, and Rooster to come here. Rotate over one. That would make a push easier for Viper's team, and that's maybe why Motastic wants the aggressive walls. And Motastic just gonna wall the Vil in the middle of nowhere. Not gonna run back, just wall it, because why not? And he'll kill Abunzuahalt's scout. The Champy there is still so slow. 1.0 speed versus the 1.2 of the scout. And feels like it'll go down. Needs to turn and try to get a hit. Ooh, 2 HP left on the scout for TeMo. Abunzuahalt's forward with his Vils. Motastic wants to chase that scout and would love a final hit if the scout ever has to change direction, perhaps when it turns to run towards the TC. But that's where maybe you just run towards Rooster's TC, so you're going in a straight line. Probably a better chance of getting back at that point. Tupi, I don't think are a horrible flank. But how you play them as the pocket civ, I'm not sure. And oh my gosh, it's Motastic who's getting lamed, who didn't take his Rhino. Oh no, Motastic not taking the Rhino. I think this is a disaster for Motastic on the flank. Abunzuahalt has come out on top here. The wall a tile away from being up. I think he actually had the wall up and tried to save the scout. Maybe the right play would have been sacrifice the Vils and the scouts and send more forward Vils, but then you absolutely have to be pushing and taking advantage of the forward wall. I mean, that is true, right? Trading Motastic for Abunzuahalt is good if they get into a huge Vil war. The problem is, if we look at the Eco KD, Abunzuahalt should be winning this Vil war. Up 2-0. At least he does have a minute of idle time along with Motastic. On the other side, now we're having another bit of a wall war. I think initially we have slightly forward walls for Zach. It's a tricky thing to wall up over here, but I guess Stake didn't commit to the forward walls as much as Zach did. And Zach's still chasing. Zach wants some really forward walls. Just like we saw last game, he took advantage of it. And again, all but a single tile of wall up for Stake. And that's one of the keys to winning the wall off war, is figuring out those ways to keep one tile open. Nice walling there from stake with his own villagers. Not gonna let Zack escape. Zack could have deleted his own wall, but he didn't want to make a passage. And there'll be the diagonal gate for a stake. He'll try to prevent the re-walling from Zack's vills. On the other side, fairly forward walls for Abunzuahalt. Actually, is about as forward as he could get, unless he also wants to wall here. X in the middle for TeMo. And walls go up. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Nice walling from stake there. Managing to break forward and get the forward wall. Or yes? No? Yes. Okay. Gotta check which wall belongs to whom. But he does get the walls up. Rooster is here. But shouldn't be able to do much. Alba didn't get to use... That's true. Alba didn't get to use the lake. And Rooster... Sicilians have a farm bonus, so maybe he'll skip a lake, but... Still could have been TeMo coming here. Rooster coming here. So both pockets on Viper's teams using the lakes. No siege onagers on Viper's team, but the Jurchens do have good heavy rocket carts, which should play the same role. I should have bombard cannon too, but then you're forcing the Jurchen player to play siege both sides. And multiple types of siege at that. Rhino's taken there from Otastic by the TC. A couple of Rhinos still chasing the Seville around from Zack. And it's the double Rhino pairings. You can have either 2 or 3, or extra lure bulls in groups of either 2 or 3. Here they were in groups of 2. So Rhinos go down. And forward dock for Abunzuahalt. He did get through. I mean, this isn't walled off, right? This isn't walled off at all. So he did get through to dock the pond, and now Viper is saying, I want my fish. I'm going to send everyone to prevent this. He is the 2P. If he wants to be cheeky, he could try to... actually, no, he wouldn't fit a settlement. I was going to say, he could hop between the dock and the palisade with a settlement, but that's not going to happen here. Doing what he can to wall in this Seville from Abunzuahalt. And a nice micro to go back and forth from one palisade to the other and get them repaired just in the nick of time. And this is so good for Abunzuahalt, idling the pocket by 7 vills, essentially. He'll be more than happy to have 1 vill repair. But there we go. The walls eventually do go down, and he has to run. Now Viper also has to block with the fishing ship to prevent the vill from running. Because if you're only chasing with 1 vill, it should be pretty easy to get a double wall like that. Yep. Walls everywhere. Stone walls even now up to feudal. Viper did not have the fishing ship blocking. He's going to do a tower. Oh, to try to kill the vill. He's doing a fire galley. That'll be to destroy the dock. And he's going to try to wall in the vill. Has to remember the vill could delete the stone wall, then palisade outside the house. Here's Abunzuahalt fish booming. But now it feels like it's going to be a big reliance upon Frost here as the Jurchens to be the player who will be carrying. And yep, there we go. Palisading the tree, walling himself in. Fires can't hit him over the walls. And that vill there can attack the tower. Don't know if Viper can ungarrison there and kill the vill. I'm sure he'll be happy just to have it trapped. And against the fire, it will then be a Hulk. But the Hulk will be maybe vulnerable to the tower. Vill goes down. Viper deletes a palisade and fights with the vills. So Hulk and fire here against the dock.
Hi.
Now, where fires destroy docks the fastest, but Hulks also counter the fires. So forward vill from Zack finding those rhinos. As we'll have more Borlores from everyone. Xing in the back there from TeMo. What is he Xing? He's probably Xing the stone? I don't think they have line of sight of that. Does the team? Oh, he does see it. Why does he see? Oh, his scout's there. So he's like, yep. Stone, castle, Blackwood archers. And that's why Motastic wanted the forward walls. Viper is going to drop a castle. So he's not going to boom as the 2P. He's just going to go Blackwood archers as fast as he can. Maybe he was hoping Motastic would get a more forward wall, and he almost did. But this will be the castle drop to which Viper has to resort. And we'll get some stone walls in the back for Alvin Zuhalt. Those are risky stone walls since the castle hits them. Not do much, but I guess they do slow it down a bit. And Motastic will have to delete these walls. Could even delete just these palisades. But Viper will try to get in with the Blackwood archers. Meanwhile, though, TeMo will be adding in a workshop forward. Mangonels maybe to defend these walls just to ensure Viper doesn't get to the pocket. They're just palisades now. And some more walling going up there for Stake. As the dock goes down, Viper clears his pond, but you look at the populations here. 4 fishing ships versus 7 and 9 for the other pockets. Even 6 for Abu on the flank. As Market and Blacksmith for Abu, he'll be up, as Zack already is up. And Stake tries to lure in another Rhino. The players have gone for stone walls of the same architecture, so hard to tell where one starts and the other ends. Stake has to be careful that he might just be walled with an outpost now. I think he is simply walled with an outpost, and the stone wall doesn't cover that. Alright, Stake's got to be careful. Oh, wait. What the? Stake! Stake, not like this. Stake hasn't noticed he's open. Zack has noticed it. Stake hasn't. Gray Villain, Yellow Base. Gray Villain, Yellow Base. Alright, Zack trying to do a monastery here. Frost has seen it. Viper gonna go with the Blackwood Archers, but there are Shinbei Raiders against Blackwood Archers. A ram here. How does Shinbei Raiders fare against this? Viper doing a Mangonel. And try to defend the walls with that, but he'll just do another layer of walls in the back. We'll wall up towards the castle and try to defend here. And nice hit on the Shinbei Raiders. That's exactly what he needs. Another decent hit. This monastery going to be walled in. That Vil, very low on HP, but not dead. If a monk pops out, even if it's inside the monastery, you can try to heal the Vil. That Vil on 2 HP will... wall itself won't go down. A lot of Blackwood archers now for the Viper. Mangonel hitting the palisade wall. And going for the house. TeMo adding in more houses behind this. And Viper has his work cut out for him now. His fish have been disrupted. The villager here has died somehow. I guess deleted. Maybe to stop conversions. Yeah, because there's a monk there. One Blackwood archer over. The Vil isn't healed by the monk. And the Blackwood archer will kill the villager. So now the monks can't leave the monastery. Because even if you delete the monastery and let the monks walk again, there's no way a monk by itself can destroy a palisade wall. It can't convert it, it can't attack it. Unless you had warrior priests or temple guards. But now it's Shinbei Raiders against Blackwood Archers, and at the very least for Viper, the pocket is committing to fighting rather than for booming. And Motastic does have 3 TCs versus Abu's 1, but Abu with a much better fish boom, of course. Mangonel for Viper, along with the Blackwood Archers. And it feels like Blackwood Archers are a good unit to me. I don't know if they lose fights. You get so many of them, they're so cheap. You get resources back if you lose them. Mangonel hits the Scorpion. Is Abu up to castle? PC up there for Zack. As TeMo has walled with houses. Might lose the houses to the Mangonels, though. Motastic here, still struggling with that wall not being up. And Stake up to the Imperial Age, so Stake gonna go fast imp. We've seen lots of fast imps, but that's a fast imp against multiple stone walls. And Stake is still open. Stake is still open. If they die, they come back. The Shinbei Raiders could just run through. I mean, if they run through, Motastic has nothing to stop that. Like Black Magic Archer. Nail's pushing the wall. As Viper will try to push through the houses here. But slow going for just Mangonels. I wonder if he'd ever Siege Tower hop this stone wall. That would actually be sick if he did. He might lose all the Blackwoods to Shinbei Raiders. But that would be amazing if he did. And would actually, if he had ballistics, would kill a ton of vills. Might even kill them anyway. Of course, he doesn't actually see this. But that would be an insane play. On the other side, some push here with the Bengali elephants into these stone walls. And what does Zach have? Does his Civ have fortified wall? He does. Could do fortified wall. As the Dravidians, they do have them. Viper has to be wary of those Mangonels and his Blackwood Archers. He'll try to get a hit here. Has to dodge. Mangonels keep pushing on through the wall. Mangonels looking to break through here. Already doing fortified wall. Yep, I mean, fast imp, you have all those walls. Might as well do fortified wall. It slows down the fast imp. Stake still isn't walled over here. But I guess that's not going to hurt him. As we'll have Rooster coming to the other side too. So it's walling as 3 players go to one side here. And they're going to hope that Viper, who has been 1 TC Blackwood Archer, is going to have a small economy. And that's what the scores would indicate. Now we do have 120 versus 120 for the pockets. And it has been TeMo on 1 TC2. And I still do fear that the Blackwood Archers might scale better than the Shinbei Raiders. Mangonel Micro, crucial for Viper to get that, but a lot of Blackwoods down. And when I say scale, you actually do need to make sure you get enough of them, and that you can keep replenishing them in the fights. You get too far forward, you're not going to be able to replenish them. The Mangonel stays alive. Blackwood Archers all go down. There's a single Twig 1 calf there that'll be devastating. And Viper, without the poison damage, doesn't have the most effective version of these archers. And now, no, things are looking bad for Viper. Has to pull back. And what is Frost doing? Frost going to the same side as Stake. They want to push here. But that means that Rooster with the Sicilians is now just going to roll out Onagers and perhaps into Siege Onager. We'll be going Halb Onager when there's no need for Halbs right now. A Stake or a Motastic eventually could go Elephants.
Hi.
As the Burmese, we have the Elephants here from Stake, the Bengali Rams. And just more fortified wall. Zach here just playing the calmest game of his life. Fortified wall and everywhere. Did leave a hole there. He'll need to notice that. Imperial Age on the way for Frost and the Motastic. It's Frost up to Imp. Onager's gonna cut through the wood line. Trees going down. Shinbei Raiders. As they're gonna cut through. Where are the walls from Viper? If this were Menunez, the fortified wall right here immediately. Or stone wall at least. Something to stop the cut. Here Viper's just running. And, oh my gosh, look at how quickly those things go down to those charge attacks. Okay, it's Shinbei Raiders. Maybe they do counter Blackwood Archers, at least early on. Onager shots counter them pretty darn well, too. I'll have some Xing on the other side. Castle from Rooster being trebbed. As the heavy rocket carts push forward for Frost. Frost is behind Rooster, despite the fact Rooster wasn't fish booming. Right, Rooster is just gonna push him with the Siege Onagers now. He can cut wherever he wants. The Shinbei Raiders are in. The gate's low on HP. The Vills are dying. Blackwood Archers, they spawn in pairs, but not enough of them. These Shinbei Raiders will get through the house. I'm not sure about the scaling qualities that evaporate if it walks into 6 scorpions. I mean, they scale if you get to 60 plus of them, and then you still have production as they die. That's when they scale. So that castle's down. The Rams continue. Motastic trying to go pikemen. Oh, rocket cars. Where are they cutting? Trying to get to the pocket, maybe. Don't die. Oh, they're gonna have to hope that Jurchens can carry. Wait, this is the Imp TC. This is the Imp TC. Frost, attack the TC, please. He doesn't realize this. He's cutting. He's cutting, and he's leaving the Imp TC. He's hitting the you see the Vills repairing the TC and realize it's the Imp TC. Frost is a deathmatch player. He's not used to players advancing to the Imperial Age, but he'll deny Imperial Age from Zac. And all of a sudden, Zac might just be dying then. Handcart and puts Imp in another TC. But I don't think Rooster can be stopped now. I mean, Frost has a higher score. Are the heavy rocket carts enough? This would be one insane carry from Frost if it works. So Zac is dead. Well, we saw him die in the first game, but his team held on. Water over here. A nice hit on the... If the rocket carts land on the Shinbei Raiders, they do not have much HP. TeMo has to micro his heart out here. As Motastic's being pushed, he only has 10 military. And with Halbs, it'll be a struggle just to get Halbs out. I mean, yeah, Burmese Halbs should beat the Sicilian ones, since they have extra normal attack. Elephant's pushing here. Imperial Age is only at 50%, and there are Elephant Rams moving in. Wait just a minute here. Could Imp be denied again for Zac? Could it be denied again? He has a TC back here. The Donjon will try to kill some monks. On the other side, Motastic is dying. Elite Fire Lancer from Abu pushing through, and Viper's got nothing but Castle Age Blackwood Archers, which won't have the poison damage. The Elephants are going for the TC, and once again, Zac loses Imp. He loses his Imp TC a second time. Stake and Frost are pushing on this side. Viper on Viper on 70 Vills. He clicks Imp though. Wait, where did Viper put his Imp TC? Where did Viper put Imp? Okay, Viper, you should have put Imp in this TC, please. I mean, Motastic has 127 Vills. I think that will evaporate. I think that his Vills will evaporate. I feel like this is kind of a 2v3 at the moment, and it's a 2v3 where the traffic is working against the Fire Lancers of Frost. I was left to delete a barracks to get through. He's trying to get hits with the rocket carts. Buy time for the Blackwood Archers to get kills. Viper needs Imp. It's still 2 minutes away. Rocket carts are landing whatever hits they can, even fleeing to the safety of the castle. Okay, so Zac will be a minute behind Viper in Imp time. Where is his Imp TC? This is his Imp TC now. This to the third time, and he's learned his lesson. Or castle from TeMo, and I don't think Motastic has managed to run any Vills. I'm looking here, and I don't see any Vills from him, which means he could be defeated. I mean, he might be defeated now if his team can't save him soon enough. I think all 64 of those Vills might have just needed to make a beeline for, like, the Blackwood Archers here. Frost adding some Fire Lancers now. So let's elite Fire Lancer from the Chinese and from the Jurchens. I guess the Jurchen one should have more attack. The Chinese ones will move faster. So 40 Vills left for Motastic. Where are they? 20 of them are here. He can't even pathfind off of the castle foundation. On the other side, this is a lot of donjons for slowing down the push. You can trap the donjons, but it'll take you a while. That's gonna slow down the push. Fortified walls still from Zac. Remember, he has the fortified walls. Rams pushing in on this castle and this TC. if he loses these villas, he's defeated. These are the rest of Motastic's villas. He is in desperation mode, trying to get the castle up so he can garrison some villas. He's going to need to fight those rams with villas to keep the castle up, while at the same time hoping his teammates somehow can free him. That's a lot of Shinbei Raiders from TeMo. He could be defeated this game. Zach at least managed to run some vills and still is contributing with the fortified walls. Motastic went from 120 vills to 24. Where is the Eco KD? There we are. He's lost 140 vills this game. Now his castle will be destroyed. He's running to the corner where he has a market, and he is about to lose everything. He has 24 vills. I've got 21 of them selected here. 22nd here. I'm missing. Well, I can just wait for them to die and then find them, I guess. They managed to wall up. He's trying to hold on and survive. Meanwhile, some trade disruption here. Shinbei Raiders getting into where the trade would be. But Blackwood Archers look like they'll clear them up. Zach dies to lure his opponents into a false sense of security. There's another TC going down for Zach. And this push is continuing even with just Stake. Stake has gotten to Bengali Elephant Archers now. Won't have the best siege. But Dravidians, if Zach ever booms, he could just go Dravidian Elephant Archers, and then this is just like a back and forth push that takes forever. And then Viper's dead. As the siege onagers continue here from Rooster as the Sicilians. Viper will lose his fish. We'll see if he wants to call GG after losing the fish. Motastic trying to do a TC just to survive. The team at least doesn't see him there. They're aware of the market from earlier. That's a lot of donjons now from Rooster. Just saying this push will push as slowly as possible. Doesn't even need to fight it all that well. Just wants to help the other side with some siege onagers. Viper's plan in the game was Motastic gets a more forward wall and he gets a more forward castle for the Blackwood Archers. But the Shinbei Raider play from TeMo worked, and worked very well against the Blackwood Archers. And what's this? Catapult Galleon. Yes, that's a ship. Remember when Viper could have made demos and like demoed all of this? Those were the days. Well, how good are these catapult galleons? What damage do they do? Melee damage. They can attack rams somewhat. They'll probably go down to the Shinbei Raiders. As double docks, blue and green, coming up in Viper's pond. Fire Lances from Frost, not enough. At the same time, the Elephant Archers are pushing. Frost still has some rocket carts going forward, and they're at least rotating around the map. Viper only on 59 vills. And some barracks here from Motastic. The only way Motastic ever makes units is if he's slung. Maybe Motastic needs an onager to try to cut a path away. Are demos in the game anywhere? They might as well not be, with how much they've nerfed them. They're particularly bad now. Elephant's killing some helbs. Crab's going for the barracks. How many Elephant Archers is this? 43. Man, Stake has such a good push. But he's being contained. Now we have Rooster coming on both sides of the siege onagers. What do they make? They just get poison damage Blackwood Archers. But he would need upgrades for that still. He does have the poison damage. He needs armor still. Does he have chemistry? He has chemistry ballistics. Thumper. So, okay. He's almost at the point where he is the unit he wants. But I don't think he has the population to make them. He's only got 5 Blackwood Archers. These elephants are forced back. He's finishing the armor. So, okay, he can make the 2P Archers. Luchuan's in the pond now. Forward Luchuan's from 2 players. Blue and green. They'll go for the TC and then probably the castle. So Stone sent to Viper. He realizes he'll need another castle should he want to do more Blackwood Archers. He's down to 40 vills. And we still have the 15 vills from Motastic. The team's just like, yeah, let him reboom. We don't care about that. That is a lot of Elephant Archers that are being pushed back. And why are they being pushed back? Dravidians have good skirms. The Dravidian skirms, OP. And Siege Onagers from Rooster. And man, after a great game 1, where they didn't have Viper, this team has absolutely collapsed with Viper. You have any more games? Not today. I believe not today. But we should have another game tomorrow.
Food, please.
Some X's over here. Yeah, Elite. Oh, wait, he didn't have Elite earlier. You're right. He has Elite Blackwood Archer now. That's the best he can do. And he's got to hope this unit is really strong. And he's also got to hope that somehow they sling Motastic to make Burmese Halbs, and that the Halbs are useful. Because they can't fight 3v4. Who was their 5th player? Keller. Keller played in the first one. Alright, there we go. Shinbei Raiders going down. Blackwood Archers killing trade carts. He's kind of pushing out. He has 2 castles with Blackwood Archers. At the very least, he doesn't really need an eco to create them. The Onagers are pushing through for Rooster, though. Elephant Archers downhill from the Onagers might take a couple of big hits. Monk getting hit by the skirms, gets a conversion, immediately turns and kills an Onager. Kamyuks, yes they can if the vills are close. Or if the wall they're quick walling. I've done that before. I once denied a castle when vills were all walled in. Because one Kamyuk attacked a wall. But, yeah, those are Fire Lancers this game, no Kamyuks. Motastic has gotten up to 20 vills. Man, what a population he has. 20 whole vills, he has halbs, he has rams. At some point he can try to put 10 vills in a siege tower and run the siege tower forward, but I guess he's just too far back. Steak is dying. I mean, Steak has so many elephant archers, he doesn't want to die. But considering how dead Motastic is, he might not have a choice in the matter. Some donjons here also. Those will slow down whatever push happens on that side. Ram going down. The rocket cart still pulling back. Kamyuks are just fun. That they are fun. And Frost is doing so much to carry this game with the rocket carts on both sides. He's got vills here. Rocket carts pushing this back. The rocket carts are still holding. And if this team just pushed in and killed Motastic, he'd be defeated. I don't know if they realize he's trapped here, but he is. That's a lumber camp there. Some walls here and there. But he has not managed to escape vills. Viper can make TCs to get some vills. He could. But I think he wants the stone for castles now, because what he really wants are Blackwood Archers. You don't need vills for them. You need population space. Oh, man. Well, without Motastic, I think eventually the populations will not work for Viper's team. They're down essentially 200 pop. So 3 trebs for Zach, besieging the castle. That is his real base. That is his only base. And now the TC being threatened. Halbs killed as they pop out. Houses going down to the Rams. This could be it for Motastic. This could be it as the Rams close in. Feels like Viper and Frost are getting pushed back too, so they're not coming to save him. The other side is going to lose a castle, so everything is losing at once. And here come the Rams. Here come the Rams in for Abendzuhalt. Going for the TC. Will we see Motastic get defeated? Will Viper's team resign when he's defeated? I think all these barracks need to be cleaned, the TC and then the Vills. I didn't see any other buildings that would keep Motastic alive on the map. And there's the GG. He's not going to wait to be defeated. They will call it. And Viper's team got my hopes up after game 1. Viper came on, and my hopes were crushed. Team number 16 can't pull off a win. But Motastic against versus Zach was kind of crazy, because Zach feels like he was losing so much. And maybe Motastic needed to run Vills earlier and reboomed. I still don't know if his rebooming would have turned the game around. But maybe it would have helped if he could have gotten to some powerful Burmese elephants. Guess they would have needed a lot of trade for that. Yeah, Frost basically held both flanks for a while with those rocket carts. Helped out Stake a ton, too. That initial push with Stake and Frost was crazy and really strong and destroyed 2 Imp TCs. But let's just check off the civs then. Everything winning versus everything losing. And 3-0 for Team TeMo. Clearly, Viper is the problem. Clearly. Oof. I'm exhausted. Rage Forest is tiring. So, thank you all for watching. I appreciate having you here on Twitch and on YouTube. I think that'll be it for us for now. It's a bit late for me, and the gym closes early on Saturday, so I'm going to run to the gym. I'll raid someone on Twitch, and we'll end things on YouTube. But we'll be back tomorrow. We do have one more set scheduled for tomorrow. Let me just double check the time there. This will be... actually, no, there's no sets tomorrow. There'll be more League tomorrow. No, that won't. That's 0 GMT. That's still today. Rage Force will be on Monday. That'll be Monday at 15 GMT. I don't know what I'll cast tomorrow, but probably some League. Probably everyone will cast that. There's also Ganji versus Lewis and Hamster's Clowns. Anyway, we'll be back tomorrow. Thank you all for watching. We'll see you later.